never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The Biden administration is urging Israel to do more to avert civilian casualties as the country ramps up its military campaign in southern Gaza.
We do not want to see a military campaign in the south that looks like the north. We do not want to see the same level of mass displacement.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller said the U.S. is monitoring the military operation very closely. Fighting resumed this week in the Gaza Strip following the end of a week-long pause in fighting. Indonesia's Merapi volcano erupted on Sunday, sending volcanic ash thousands of feet into the air, resulting in the deaths of 11 climbers, with a dozen more missing. The eruption has blanketed nearby cars, roads, and villages in ash, prompting evacuations. As one of Indonesia's most active volcanoes and part of the Pacific Ring of Fire, authorities have raised the second highest alert, restricting activities within 2 miles of the crater. Congress must soon decide whether to approve more funding for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
Without congressional action, the administration will run out of resources by the end of the year to procure more weapons and equipment for Ukraine.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said lawmakers must decide whether to support the fight for freedom or let Russian President Vladimir Putin prevail. Climate scientists express outrage as Sultan Al-Jaber, president of the COP28 Climate Summit, claims there is no science supporting the necessity of phasing out fossil fuels to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Scientific consensus indicates that a rapid reduction in fossil fuel usage is crucial to stay below the 1.5 degree threshold, beyond which adaptation for humans and ecosystems become more challenging. Al-Jaber's controversial presidency is notable as he is the UAE's climate envoy. This is USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer convicted in the murder of George Floyd, has returned to prison custody after being stabbed 22 times by a fellow inmate at the Federal Correctional Institution in Tucson, Arizona. The alleged assailant, 52-year-old John Turskak, faces charges including attempted murder, assault with intent to commit murder, and assault with a dangerous weapon. In Idaho, 10-month-old Zeke Best was found dead on Saturday, a day after an Amber Alert was issued for him. The father, Jeremy Albert Best, was taken into custody on an arrest warrant related to the death of his wife, Kaylee Jean Randall. Zeke's body was discovered about 24 miles east of Idaho Falls after a hunter reported a man in a sleeping bag on the side of the road. The investigation's ongoing. Authorities, including the Idaho State Police and FBI, were processing the scene. Florida lawmakers are not happy with undefeated ACC champion Florida State University being left out of the college football playoff. Former FSU football player turned Republican state senator Corey Simon turned to X to call college football corrupt and lawsuits should be filed. State House Democrat leader Fentress Driscoll agrees.
I support Florida State using any sort of legal method that it has to get the recourse that it needs.
She says that keeping the undefeated Power 5 conference winner out of the college football playoff is an insult to all Floridians. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. I guess we could say it is showtime. Here we go. Welcome in, welcome aboard, gather round. Got a big show coming your way as we wrap up the greatest day of the week. Yeah, we made it through Monday. So we will turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone, make our way into day number 5 for the month of December. So hope your week's off to a good start. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio. Here we find ourselves in the comfy confines of the Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio. Clear skies, 36 degrees right now. Not a bad night. After a little bit of rain earlier in the day, we do have a clipper system. Talked about that on our Monday morning program. Alberta Clipper, bringing a little bit of snow in parts of Minnesota. Minneapolis, maybe seeing a few flakes. We're not going to see enough accumulation to even prompt winter weather advisories. It's going to be light accumulations, maybe a few slick spots on the elevated surfaces. I have a little bit of snow in the northeastern portions of Iowa. Moving over into northwestern portions of Illinois, we'll see a few flakes of snow pushing over through the Chicago area, maybe in time for that morning commute. It's just a little bit lighter rain south of that, the southeastern corner of Iowa, northwestern portions of Missouri tonight. So our Clipper system moves through, and believe it or not, we're going to see a pretty decent warm-up again, almost very reminiscent to last week, where we all of a sudden, after a very chilly start, saw some above normal temperatures for several days. Here's what we've got. And when it comes to our travelers' weather around the country, for those moving the freight. Now, after what could be a relatively quiet end of the week across most of the central and eastern portions of the country, we're already looking out for a storm system that's going to bring a big shift to the weather pattern next weekend. I know we're only into Tuesday, and this is going to impact millions of Americans. And we'll give you a heads up on that. But let's start with our little Alberta Clipper dive in southeast between now and midweek. A swath of lighter snow accumulation, rain from the Dakotas to Virginia. We may see a few travel disruptions, followed by a major warm-up from the plains to the east in the wake of that system. That Clipper storm is going to be traveling southeastward along the divide of mild versus chilly air, where the coldest air is to the northeast and the warmest air to the southwest. It's on the cold side of the storm where wintry travel problems would be a concern, obviously. This particular system, it's not very strong. It's going to produce more like showery rain rather than heavy, steady precip. Could be a narrow band a band or two where snow may fall at a moderate pace long enough late tonight into the early morning hours to create a few slippery spots. Could encounter a wide range of conditions from wet to maybe even slushy or snow-covered based on when that snow arrives. During the overnight hours would bring the greatest risk for some slippery travel conditions. So here we are, overnight, Monday night. We're talking southeast Minnesota, southern Wisconsin, northeast Iowa, and northern Illinois. Since temperatures will dip right there close to the freezing mark around Chicago, the snow or snow-rain combination could bring a few slippery conditions during the morning drive on Tuesday, again, in Chicago. Now, even if runways are just wet, conditions may require that aircraft be de-iced at area airports, and that could lead to some airline delays. Since much of the snow is going to fall during the day, from southern Michigan to Indiana and Ohio, when the ground and air temperatures are a little bit higher, most of the road surfaces should just be wet. All right, further to the east, some of that snow will fall from later Tuesday into early Wednesday through the central Appalachians, part of the southern Appalachians, because much of that's going to be falling during the nighttime hours over the higher terrains Tuesday night. Indeed, the mountains of West Virginia, western Maryland, and western Virginia, and even south central and southwestern Pennsylvania may pick up a few inches of wet snow. We do see some winter weather advisories, again, for those higher elevations, especially over eastern portions of West Virginia. As the temperatures dip Tuesday evening around Pittsburgh, could see a few slippery conditions, especially in the Laurel Highlands to the east of the metro area there. But in the wake of this Clipper, warmer air rather than cold air. Normally, when you have a Clipper system come through, you get much colder behind it. This is going to be a flip-flop. Temperatures are going to surge as much as 25 degrees above average for this time of year, from all the way back to the northern Rockies to the northern and central plains, for example, in Rapid City, South Dakota. Forecasters say we'll see a high in the mid-60s by Wednesday. Normally, you'd be in the 40s this time of year. Even back around the Denver area, forecast high at least 20 degrees above average, which would be in the mid-40s. So in much of the Midwest, the peak of the warmer conditions will be on into Thursday and Friday. That zone from Wisconsin, northern Michigan, Ohio to Arkansas, northern Mississippi, and even Tennessee, running as much as 15 degrees above average. Some areas maybe even 20 above. Highs in the mid-50s for Chicago, as well as Detroit Thursday and Friday. I mean, that's going to feel more like late October rather than early December. As far as the East Coast, the warm-up there will reach the east as well, but it'll be a bit later. That Clipper storm moving through at midweek there is going to strengthen after reaching the Atlantic. That's going to pull some chilly air southward Wednesday into Thursday. The jump in temperatures across the east doesn't start till probably Friday and then continues into the weekend. If you're planning a trip to New York City during the days leading up to the holidays, this is rather warm for December. High Saturday and Sunday within a few degrees of 60. Warm, dry conditions on Saturday. Back over the past weekend, had Manhattan jammed with shoppers, sightseers, the Broadway showgoers. Just like this past weekend, the upcoming Saturday will actually be the better of the 2 days for outdoor activities in New York. Sunday, looks like you could see maybe some rain moving in once again. And that's going to be coming from a major storm that is poised to affect the Midwest late this week into the weekend. Areas of rain, some heavy snow, severe thunderstorms, and a lot of wind will be in the offing with that particular system. Give you more details on that coming up here. But first, out of the box, who we have on board this Tuesday morning. Larry out of the box. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Looking at 41 degrees, Modena, New York tonight. It's a new week, so it's round one to Schenectady tonight. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, fellow listeners. Driving in the moonlight. Troutville, Virginia. We're at 38 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Shorty 95 I-95 southbound in Brunswick, Georgia, with 56 Orlando. Turnaround number 2. Now to go through Jacksonville, where your Bengals just beat the Jaguars 34-31. Going to be driving in some traffic, right? Yeah, that game just ended literally 30 minutes ago. They went into overtime. Things were tied up at 31-31 at the end of regulation. Everybody had a chance to get their hands on the ball, but nobody scored in their first possessions, and it came down to next score wins the game. And it was I believe, a 48-yard field goal. Cincinnati pulls off that would be considered an upset, wouldn't it? Jaguars were in a position to put themselves, I believe, in the sole lead position in their division with that win. If they had won this past evening, even without Joe Burrow in the mix, pretty impressive. A lot of folks, a lot of bettors lost money wagering on the Jaguars, I'll guarantee, in that particular game. Hello to Pappy, 30 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. From overtime, it's up and it's good. So from there, straight to the overnight drive with Steve Summers, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust in the hotshot secret hidden bunker. It is the midnight hour for all of us nocturnal listeners now tuned in. 844-844-3388. There's your digits to hit. Dial in, tell us what's on your mind. So let's saddle up and get this party started. Hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? Indeed we are. Hello, Jeffrey, New York City. Good morning. Ready for an exciting show? Marianne checks in. How we doing there? She said, good morning, Steve, the overnight family. I'm doing well. Actually got to go for a walk in the hall today. Had the wound bandages changed yesterday, so still a lot of pain, but I'm doing better. Thank you, Steve, for the best show. All right, continued healing there, Marianne. Dale, good morning from Adams County, Ohio. Listening in for a bit after watching the Bengals win Monday Night Football. Sean Johns checks in from Ellisville, Florida at 55 degrees. Good to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, it looks like Miss Millie chimed in there. Good morning, Steve, all the listeners. Cloudy 34 in my area of the Bluegrass. Everybody have a great day. Be safe and, as always, be blessed. Yeah, we head from the Bluegrass to way out west. Buckeye Boy checking in from Laughlin, Nevada. 66 degrees. Got my delivery off in Los Angeles, then pick up in Commerce, California. Delivery in Laughlin this morning. Probably going to head back after that so I can load Friday in Atlanta. Then it's off to Huntington, West Virginia, where my brother lives. I'll unload there on the 11th. Head back to Atlanta. On Thursday of that week, my mom and sister come into the house where we're going to get in the pickup and head back to Huntington for my niece's wedding. And how about those Bengals tonight? Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hired Gun checking in from Kingston, Georgia, USA. With a clear sky, sounds like they got some crap going on around in Arlington, Virginia this evening. A crazy suspect blew up his house. Okay, I have not seen the latest on that. So, some nutcase out there. All right, so we'll pull up the details as we roll into Tuesday. I knew undoubtedly we would hear from the Sundance Kid because your prognostication came to fruition. Alabama over Georgia. What's going on, Sundance?
Not much, Mr. Summers. I appreciate it. I should be on ESPN and stop wasting my talents out here. I can pick them. I picked all of them. I picked them in the order, and I'll tell you what's going to happen on the next four.
Okay.
Alabama's playing Michigan, and we're going to beat Michigan. Texas is going to play Washington, and they're going to beat Washington. And we're going to have a rematch of the Texas-Alabama game, and Alabama will win another national title.
Oh, boy. Okay. I think...
And go ahead.
Big Ed was, Big Ed gave his breakdown last evening. Now, I think he was pretty much alluding to the same, but he's picking Texas for the championship. We'll see.
Okay. Okay. That reminds me. I rolled over last night and turned on the thing, and I heard Horse Feathers talking about name calling and brass knuckles. My name is what was that about? I didn't catch all of that.
Oh, that's just going back in time. Big Ed actually apologized. If you went back and listened to the podcast, Big Ed accepted your apology and apologized back to you last week for calling you, what was it, dumb as a fence post or something.
Oh, yeah. Or arguing with a fence post. And I said I didn't want to be a fence post.
Correct.
And I apologized, yeah. I didn't know what was going on. I thought I was going to have to get in a brawl with Mr. Big Ed, and I like Mr. Ed.
No. He commented on the fact that you had apologized. He said, I accept your apology, and I apologize back to you. So.
Okay, well, good. Well, I didn't want to be calling nobody names. So when you hear from Horsepecker today, you tell him, don't be talking about me without me knowing what's going on. That's Horsepecker, not Horsefeather.
I hear you. Here you go. Are you calling names now?
Well, I mean, if I'm going to be accused, I'm going to do it, So, but no. But yeah. But like I said, that's what I got for the next.
So
and I'm sorry. I mean, do you agree with the Final Four?
I was just going to ask, what's your well, technically, I agree, because, I mean, what the commission said, the playoff commission, the fact that Florida going into the Final Four with the third-string quarterback is not likely to be actually one of the best four teams. But the fact that they're undefeated, that's what's, I mean, even heard in the news break, they're talking about filing lawsuits.
That's just crazy. Come on. I mean, it's a game. But I agree. I mean, I called it the night before after the games. I watched them, and I said Florida State will not make it because if they would have went out there and won 42-6 over Louisville, they would have got in.
Mm-hmm.
But they couldn't do anything with that third-string quarterback. And I don't know what Louisville was ranked. Were they like 12 or something?
Maybe even a little lower. I think maybe
14.
Somewhere down there in the teens, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then if you can only beat them by 10, that team with and you're not in the top 5. I mean, I would put Georgia in there before Florida State. I would have left them in, and Florida State they had a chance. They're undefeated. I get it. But Ohio State run into this problem, and Alabama run into this problem a few years ago, where Ohio State leaped in and got ahead of some people that was undefeated, and they had one loss. So it's not unprecedented.
So what do you think of the fact that Georgia, having been a number one going in, I mean they're also a one-loss team now, not being in the big picture,
and they didn't play to. Their strength of schedule this year was not that much. They almost lost a bunch of games. They didn't really blow anybody out. They were just getting by,
mm-hmm.
and they only have 2 players that are any good, and they were both hurt. So, I mean, it was kind of like being on third string quarterback. They would have probably got beaten and probably beaten pretty good, and they would have played Michigan probably, and they would have got their butts beaten. So I think the committee did it right, and like I said, Alabama, this is what we do. We don't look impressive, but we just win, and we're going to come in there and we're going to beat Michigan probably by 10 points, and then it's going to be a really good national championship between us and Texas.
Okay,
Washington, you're out of here. Washington's going to get beat.
Are you ready for things next year? Will we have any of this kind of BS and controversy when the playoff expands to 12 teams?
No, and I call for this. My suggestion like 10 years ago was every conference champion get into the playoff, and that way you keep all. You might have a really bad, Pac-12 or, but it keeps all them fans involved. They know they're going to go to the playoffs. Somebody's going to the playoffs to represent that conference. And then put them all in there, and then we'll find out who's got the best conference. And we already know it's SEC, but there's going to be 2 lost teams in there next year. Maybe even a 3 lost team. It's going to be crazy next year.
Kind of like more akin to the March Madness with basketball, where I mean, once we got down to, I believe, was it the Final Four, there was not a number 1 seed or a number 2 seed even in the Final Four.
Right, and that's going to bring some excitement. It's going to be the Cinderella story now. We're going to have that element of surprise.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be good for college football. But college football is way better than pros right now, so especially when you live in Alabama. We just can't get enough. I don't know what Saban does to them kids, but he got them believing. So, but I appreciate your time, and apologizes to everybody if I offend anybody. And
all right, Sundance, good to have you on board. Congratulations. Roll Tide, what can you say? They pulled it off. Hello to Miss Debbie. Morning, Steve. A chilly 34 here in the Hoosier. Looks like a high only 43 today. Some scattered showers. Hey, 311 days till our big cruise. Hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. We're having a testing Tuesday at school today. Hopefully, everyone has a terrific Tuesday. All right, thank you much. Debbie, get some rest before you get in there for a big test day. Our number, 844-844-3388. News break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The Biden administration is urging Israel to do more to avert civilian casualties as the country ramps up its military campaign in southern Gaza.
We do not want to see a military campaign in the south that looks like the north. We do not want to see the same level of mass displacement.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller said the U.S. is monitoring the military operation very closely. Fighting resumed this week in the Gaza Strip following the end of a week-long pause in fighting. Indonesia's Merapi volcano erupted on Sunday, resulting in the deaths of 11 climbers, with a dozen more missing. The eruption has blanketed nearby cars, roads, and villages in ash, prompting evacuations. Congress must soon decide whether to approve more funding for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
Without congressional action, the administration will run out of resources by the end of the year to procure more weapons and equipment for Ukraine.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you much, and welcome back. What do you say? Under our industry headlines, well, it's just been a year with one electronic logging device after another being removed from the FMCSA's approved list. I've got a proverbial laundry list that was announced this past Friday. The FMCSA has added 10 different electronic logging devices to that list of revoked devices. Pay attention. Get your crayon out. I know there's hundreds of different ELD devices out there, and they're all pretty much self-certified, and that's where this problem comes in. First of all, the agency removed ELD device known as CI, Charlie India ELD logs, CI ELD logs. Next, ELD, the number 2, go, ELD to go. Next, ELD number 4, trucking, ELD for trucking. Next on the list, ELOG, ELOG 365, followed by Golden ELD, Power Trucks ELD, Steer Right ELD, Truck X ELD, TST1 ELD, and World Trucking ELD. All 10 of those removed from the registered logging devices. Any driver or carriers using one of those devices will have 60 days until January 30th to replace the revoked ELD with a compliant device. Now, according to the FMCSA, these were revoked because they failed to meet the minimum requirements established in 49 CFR Part 395, Subpart B, Appendix A. The regulation requires that a device with a printer be designed so the display may be reasonably viewed by an authorized safety official without the official entering the vehicle. Those 10 devices join a growing list that the agency has removed from their list this year. You know, we've followed this, others, including All Truckers ELD, PRIM, PRIM ELD, Secure ELD, Nationwide ELD, TMS1's ELD, One Plus ELD, and Always Track ELD. there are now 171 devices on that revoked list. FMCSA said carriers and drivers using any of the now revoked devices must take the following action. First, discontinue using the revoked device, revert to paper logs or logging software to record hours of service data. Secondly, replace the revoked device with a compliant one from the FMCSA's registered devices list before January 30th of 2024. And I've said this numerous times as we've gone through this list throughout the year. How many individuals may have been on the revoked list from previous devices earlier this year and maybe had gone out and purchased one of the now 10 just added to the list? It's a vicious cycle. But that's the latest. The Carolina Monkey Gouger joins us on a Tuesday. You've been missing in action again.
Hey, Steve, we've been duck hunting and deer hunting, buddy.
I kind of figured.
Yeah, we got home, the week before Thanksgiving, and I told them dodo brains I wanted to make one more, round after Thanksgiving, and he passed me over and he called me. So I got down and said, no, you ain't got me that low. I ain't taking it. I ain't going nowhere. Ducks are flying, deer running. I said, I think I'll just take another week off. So I just took another week off and had a damn good time, man. I mean, we had a blast. Got to hang out with the people I hadn't been hunting with in years, and we just had a great time, man. Just hanging out there in the woods and drinking beer, shooting ducks, killing deers.
So what was on the
just
table?
Having a grand old time.
What was on the table for Thanksgiving dinner? Did we have an actual turkey? Did you catch your own bird, or did you have duck dinner?
Well, we had turkey, deer, we had duck, we had fried fish. It was a smorgasbord, man. I mean, we just all got together and everybody throwed in something. And we just all got together, had a big old Thanksgiving, man.
Good
Must
deal.
have been 40 people.
Wow.
There. So we had a good time. But Steve, there's something that's really concerning me right now in this trucking industry, and it's ongoing right now around Sac City, Iowa. We got a driver missing up there. He was a cow truck driver, a pig truck driver. He was going to pick up a load of baby pigs. And they found the rig, but they ain't found him. They've been looking for him. Now, I think we're going into the 9th or 10th day now. And what is so odd that, things ain't being said, there's another gentleman up there missing in that same area that went missing 4 days prior to his disappearance. And, I can't stress enough, guys. I mean, you have got to really just pay attention to your surroundings now. I mean, we know about the incident that happened to me, and I mean, this thing is, I mean, he just vanished in midair, more like.
Well, I hadn't had an update since last week, but yeah, he disappeared, a few days before Thanksgiving. They found his truck, but his wallet, his keys, his phone were all in the truck, and then they found, I guess, his jacket or something in the ditch not too far from the truck, which really sounds suspicious.
Right. And, I mean, there's all kind of rumors going around on Facebook and everything else. I mean, I'm not even going to go there because the rumors, but I tell you, man, this thing, guys, you have got to pay attention to what's going on now. I mean, there's reports of people. Look what happened in Memphis the other night when they stopped that FedEx driver. Just, pulled him over, just got out there in front of him and stopped him and took his cargo. This is running rampant, and I just want to tell all you guys and girls, just be sure and look at your surroundings. You see something suspicious, dial 911 and get some help out there quick as you can. I mean, things are hard. This economy is going south. I mean, Steve, I tell you how bad it is. I delivered to a major grocery store wear chain here in Keller, Texas. And on any given night, there's 100 trucks in and out of that place. There were 19 trucks tonight. We're talking 3 weeks before the Christmas rush.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, while I was off, we got to keep the number 5 grandson, Boom. We got to keep him, you know, for the whole week. I just told his dad, I just bring him up there and leave him at the house, you know. And so we took him to see Santa Claus and went over to the mall there in Florence. And people just ain't shopping, man. People just ain't spending money. I don't know where they get this economy doing so damn good.
I think it's all the online. Everybody's getting their stuff delivered through the UPS and FedEx and the mail. And
look, I got to tell you a funny story about UPS. I got a nephew that's a delivery truck driver for it. And they was out at 9 o'clock the other night delivering packages. And I had come back from hunting. I got all this, you know, garb. Got my hood on and everything. And he pulled up in the yard. He didn't see me standing up there beside the house. So he run there and knocked on the door to get Debbie the package, and he's standing there talking to her for a minute. I went out there and eased in that truck, got behind the seat. He got in the seat, and I took my finger, stuck him in the back of the neck. I said, "Hey, white boy, give me all your money." He said, I ain't got no. I said, "Boy," you better pay attention to what you doing right here in the night time. He said, "Look at Jimmy, you scared the 11 daylights out of me." He said, "I thought somebody done tried to hijack me or something, you know." But that was hilarious. But now I tell you, Steve, I'm really worried about what I'm seeing. I'm worried about what I'm hearing from these places we deliver to, and the forecast. I'm looking for about the middle of March for all hell to break loose. It's going to be very interesting what happens after the first of the year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I've seen it bad in my 49 years of trucking, but I just never seen what I'm seeing now going on. I mean, we're in the busy part of the rush season. I mean, you know, even at Thanksgiving, we talked about this. At Thanksgiving, I mean, you know, the week before Thanksgiving, I mean, you just out there running with your hair on fire. Didn't happen this year.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I mean, everybody, better be, if you ain't saved up for a rainy day, you better be saving up, because it's coming. And you know, during election year, nothing gets done. All they do is pass the buck back and forth.
Kick the can down the road.
But,
yep.
Kick the can down the road a little further. But I am very happy with what the selection board done on this playoff. I am just tickled pink with the way it come down. I know there's some people mad. I know them Georgia fans, boy, they ready to execute me. But I told them, I said, "Tide gonna roll you over." I said, they hungry. They want that win. And I kind of agree with the gentleman earlier. I believe Tide's gonna get the Crystal this year. I just don't think Texas is strong enough to defend them. You know, beat them all, and they're gonna run through old Michigan State or Michigan like a dose of crotonol. But that Florida, I would tell you, both of those games, Michigan and Iowa, and Florida State. And who they were playing? See, they were playing Louisville, right?
Yes.
Those were boring games. I mean, just boring. I tried to listen to them on the radio, and I called David. I said, "Hey, look," I said, "Is it as boring on TV as it is on the radio?" She said, "Man," said it looks like high school teams playing, and you know. And then Michigan got to get it going. But I believe that if Florida State had to put on a better performance against Louisville, they would have probably been there. You know, I mean, they did, but they put a dismal they had a hard time getting by them. So yeah, I think Alabama, since I ain't got no dog in the hunt, and my two teams is out, Oklahoma and Clemson is out of it. So I just had to. I'm going with the winner and go with Alabama.
So for when it comes down to the championship, Big Ed picks Texas, Sundance is picking Alabama. Who you think?
I'm going with Bama.
Are you? Okay.
I don't think. Yeah, I'm going with Bama. I mean, I just don't think Texas is strong enough to hold Bama off. I mean, them boys. I mean, that Georgia Alabama game was probably one of the best football games I've seen the whole year, and I've seen some good ones. But I mean, both of them teams, no matter that Georgia lost by 3 points or whatever, them boys had nothing to be ashamed about because they played their heart out on both sides of the ball, Alabama and Georgia, and Bama just wanted it a little bit more. I mean, you know, they come out, Bama come out to play football, and they did. I mean, you know, they were victorious, and people, well, they didn't win by 3 points. Well, you know. It don't matter if it wasn't but 1 point. It's still a win. You know, close only counts in horseshoes and hanger nails.
Yeah, and it was a great game. It was a great game.
It was a great game. I mean, I had to stop at a truck stop, and I shut down for a couple hours just to go in there and watch it because it was so good. I mean, on the radio, I mean, I don't think nobody in that football stadium sat down the whole until the halftime, and when it come back, they were still going on. It was just a electrifying game. You know, probably one of the best games I've seen all year. But anyway, buddy, we back on the road, and we're gonna be cruising around for about a week, and then we headed for the barn, and we're gonna go play Santa Claus and do all that stuff. And all the grandchildren are supposed to be home for this Christmas because they want to get a big Christmas portrait made. And so I told them, I said, well, I'll be home for that. So I'm going to start heading to the house about Friday, and then I'm going to take off. That's the first of the year.
All right. Yeah, hard to believe it's holiday season.
Man, I tell you what, Steve, I love this season right here more than anything. I'm just a little kid when it comes to Christmas. And I mean, I'll tell you something, some of these places that went all out decorating this year. I mean, it's really, I mean, they going way out with it. Places I hadn't seen decoration in a couple of years are up decorated. The big businesses are decorated. But before I get off of here, I've seen something interesting today. We might want to talk to our sales department about this. I was coming out the back of the truck stop down there at Hillsboro, Texas, and I had a salt drink in my hand, and I walked by this Lucas stand. You know, they got the stand with Lucas oil. You know, it's got 4 shells and got all this Lucas oil on it, all this. And I walked by it, and I said, that didn't look right. I backed up there and looked again, and guess what was sitting in that shelf right side that Lucas and that Lucas oil thing?
Maybe some Hot Shot Secret.
Yeah, buddy. And if I'd had my phone, I was going to take a picture and send it to you. Hey, you know, what the hell's going on here? So I got a big laugh out of that. I said, look at him, boy. But, look here, we'll talk to you tomorrow night, and everybody truck them safe, and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And it's that time of the year we can say Merry Christmas again.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Gouger. Be safe out there. Good to have you with us for another week here out on the road. 9 before the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So let's get an update. Let me see, as far as the auction for Yellow's terminals. According to FreightWaves this past day, the auction for Yellow's terminals has not ended yet. According to the Delaware court filing that was released late Friday, now the auction for the bankrupt company's LTL terminals started Tuesday morning, with an expectation that winning bids would be revealed on Friday. The court document said it may now be today, Tuesday, December the 5th, later today, before the new owners of the service centers are made public. As we know, Yellow operated roughly 300 terminals before ceasing operations end of July. Yes, some of its property leases have already been terminated. However, parties interested in more than 170 owned terminals were required to have their bids in by November the 9th. Now, the LTL carrier Estes was named as the winning bid for the facilities in late September with their $1.525 billion stalking horse bid. So that offer set the price floor for the current auction process. Now, what remains to be seen is the status of the what they call a going concern bid led by Jack Cooper Transportation's executive chair, Sarah Amico. The offer was reported to include $1.1 billion in new debt to pay off secured lenders and the hedge funds providing bankruptcy financing, as well as $1.5 billion in preferred equity to satisfy claims from unsecured creditors. Of course, the linchpin for that offer, however, would require the U.S. Treasury to extend the maturity of that $700 million COVID relief loan by 2 years, from September of this year to 26. That's the plan that did receive the support of nearly a dozen senators, as well as the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, which represented roughly 22,000 of Yellow's employees. However, Treasury has been reported to be weighing their options of potentially rescuing some of those jobs against its fiduciary obligation to taxpayers. That would be made whole under the Chapter 11 liquidation plan. The balance on that financing package, the Treasury's financing package with Yellow, stands at more than $737 million, according to the court filings. Of course, we know Yellow's roughly 12,000 tractors, 35,000 trailers, had been previously approved by the court to be sold through various auction houses. So maybe later today we'll get a clarification. What's it going to be? One thing we do know is some of those carriers that picked up a lot of the freight that Yellow had been moving, one of those, Saia, the LTL carrier Saia, appears to be holding that volume influx they received following the shutdown of Yellow. With the latest year-over-year earnings report, more on that and much more other industry news coming up. First, we get our news break closing out hour number 1. Plenty of room for you, but 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I am Dave Collins. The talk of impeaching President Biden is heating up on Capitol Hill.
House Speaker Mike Johnson believes he has enough votes to launch an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Over the weekend, Johnson said the inquiry has become a necessary step. Republicans have indicated the House could vote to authorize the impeachment inquiry as early as this week. I'm Tim Berg.
Israel on Sunday said it killed a key Hamas commander responsible for the October 7th attacks that left hundreds of Israelis dead and scores of others abducted. This comes as Israel has vowed to free the remaining hostages still being held by Hamas and eliminate the militant group around the world, even if it takes years. Additionally, new airstrikes are hitting Gaza, with Israel calling it a fighting zone and telling residents to evacuate immediately. The race to replace expelled Congressman George Santos is already underway. Chairman of the Nassau County Republican Committee, Joseph Cairo, says they're trying to avoid another Santos fiasco by closely examining potential candidates' credentials.
We will have a much more thorough vetting process now. We will retain an outside firm to do a complete background check.
Both parties need to present a candidate for a special election, with Democrats expected to announce their selection this week. Also, Governor Hochul could announce a special election this week, and when it happens, the election must take place between 70 to 80 days. The Powerball and Mega Millions jackpots have reached a combined $789 million. The top prize up for grabs tonight in the Powerball drawing is $412 million. Now, if you're going to buy a Mega Millions jackpot lotto ticket, picking the lucky winning numbers for Tuesday, that's going to be worth $377 million. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Alaska Airlines say they've agreed to buy Hawaiian Airlines in a $1.9 billion deal. This puts it on track for a potential clash with a Biden administration that has shown wariness about higher fares in the industry. The combined company would keep both airline brands rooted in the nation's 49th and 50th states. Alaska will pay $18 in cash for each share of Hawaiian, whose stock closed Friday at $4.86. The former U.S. ambassador to Bolivia is being charged with acting as a secret foreign agent of Cuba.
This action exposes one of the highest reaching and longest lasting infiltrations of the U.S. government by a foreign agent.
Attorney General Merrick Garland says 73-year-old Manuel Rocha secretly supported the Republic of Cuba and its clandestine intelligence gathering mission against the United States by serving as a covert agent of Cuba's intelligence services. According to the latest data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 2022 saw the highest suicide numbers in U.S. history. Nearly 50,000 Americans died by suicide last year. Indonesia's Merapi volcano erupted on Sunday, sending volcanic ash thousands of feet into the air, resulting in the deaths of 11 climbers with a dozen more missing. The eruption has blanketed nearby cars, roads, and villages in ash, prompting evacuations. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Round number 2. What do you say? Close out a Monday, Tuesday coming on. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's off to a good start for those just joining us. Looking at some of the comments chiming in. Sean Johns chiming in about college football. Yeah, a question which many have been asking. How does a team with a loss making over an undefeated team. That's been the proverbial debate since the noon announcement there Sunday, with Florida State being left out. Strength of schedule, condition of the team, injuries, third-string quarterback. That's Hired Gun then follows up, talking about some of our world affairs. He said, I got to talk to my neighbor's daughter this past day. She's a medic on the USS Gerald Ford. She was telling me about the Houthi rebels shooting at the merchant ships there in the Red Sea and how they don't want to take on our boats. Sent me a video of a new 75-millimeter cannon that we have that can apparently strike a kitchen match at 5 miles out. Sent me a video to prove it. She said those oversized bass boats that the Yemen pirates use aren't even a challenge at 5 miles. She's not worried about them. She and everyone else, according to her, is more concerned about Iran's desire to pull the U.S. all the way into this conflict. That is, that's obviously what they're trying to do. Convince us to do more to get involved. Sean Johnson said, hey, let's be honest. Alabama made it in over Florida because Alabama brings in more money. Is it all about the money? Florida has won several big games with their third-string quarterback. That's the debate. It's the controversy. We have this debate every year with the College Football Playoff Selection Committee. Meanwhile, Eskimo Mom, happy Tuesday, my first official day of staycation. Got to get to bed pretty soon because I've got to make a little trip to Columbus for my annual checkup with the endocrinologist. Our local forecasters are ready to pull their hair out at our forecast because it's all going to depend on temperature. Will it be rain, snow? Is that what they're trying to debate? Be safe no matter where you are. We've got clouds 37 right now outside the home 20. All right, safe travels up to Columbus today and enjoy that staycation. Good morning, Bidu. Check it in. Just saying hello. Morning, Steve, to the Overnight Drive crew. Carolina Cracker. Good morning, everybody. Here I get the honor of bobtailing from Jackson, Mississippi to Pottsville, Pennsylvania to pick up an empty trailer from a processor. Wow. You never really realize how rough these roads are until you bobtail on them. Anyway, everybody be safe. I'm going to be shutting down for the night. I'll be listening to the rest of the story via the replay tomorrow. For those who can, I believe Hired Gun said, for those who can and those who will, some things are more important than American Express. Never leave home without them, right? I think I get where you're coming from. And Scott says a lot of folks are maxed out on their credit cards. Things do appear to be kind of slowing down. That's kind of what Monkey Gouger was alluding to. We do know the majority of U.S. adults are living paycheck to paycheck, rolling into the holiday season. Lending Club's latest report shows that as of October, 60% of adults said they're living payday to payday. About 40% of consumers consider themselves worse off now than they were in 2022. Even higher earners are struggling to get by. 42% of those making six figures also living paycheck to paycheck under President Biden. According to a separate CNBC survey, the number of adults struggling to save between checks is up from 58% in March. While consumers have found a way to manage through inflation, it's concerning that many plan to tap into their savings and even exceed their budgets to finance their holiday purchases, which may leave them vulnerable to an unexpected emergency, according to Lending Club's money expert. That report also revealed 43% of consumers who are living paycheck to paycheck are struggling to pay bills, planning to use credit for holiday shopping. Consumers are steadily adopting the mentality of hyperconsumption, according to the head of money wellness at Ally Financial Services. What is that? Hyperconsumption comes from not being mindful, she says. Consider what makes the most sense in terms of your well-being. Even as credit card debt tops $1 trillion, nearly all shoppers will overspend their holiday budget. That was from a TD Bank survey. Now, the report revealed that 96% of over 2,000 responding shoppers said they expect they'll probably overspend this season, with economic concerns top of mind for consumers throughout the year. Planning ahead may help prevent some of the financial stress that holiday shopping can put on you. Setting a holiday budget and sticking to it is the first step shoppers can take to maintain peace of mind. Survey also found that members of Generation Z are among the best budgeters of all this holiday season. 81% of Gen Zers saying they're considering making a holiday budget to keep track of their finances, compared to 77% of millennials and just 59% of baby boomers. Well, the baby boomers, those are the grandmas and the grandpas, and they want all the grandkids and the great-grandkids to have a glorious Christmas, right? And they tend to overspend. Knucklebuster, what's going on out there?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. How's this Blickton thing?
Is that the same one you had last week?
No, this is the new one I got in today.
Okay.
I can hear you a lot better.
Okay, now maybe you moved it since we first picked up. That sounds good.
Yeah, but see, Tennessee Washington last week, my teacher, I had to break down buy me a new one there. If Kirby Smart in Georgia had a beat Nick Saban in Alabama, he would have joined an elite group of coaches that have beaten Nick Saban twice. You'll recognize the name of one of them, and that's Urban Meyer. And the other one is, I believe, is Hugh Freeze. But Urban beat Nick in Alabama down there at wherever their college is at. Rambler's going to be mad at me for not knowing the answer to that question. But anyway, I don't know who's going to win. Just may the best team wins, all I can tell you.
That's typically the way it works out. And as we saw over the weekend, any given Saturday, any given Sunday, and there were a few surprises there.
Oh, I know that's right. Well, there were a few surprises at that Big 12 halftime show, too, there. Dr. Pepper can't count, see? So they wound up having to give $100,000 to both of the contestants because they miscounted on it. So y'all better buy some Dr. Pepper because they're out $200,000 today, right?
Now that was the deal, like the halftime, where the winner gets $100,000 and the runner-up gets $20,000. What was the deal? Did they actually tie, or did they actually...
They miscounted there. It should have been the Ohio State person that won, but they miscounted and gave it to the other one. So
wow.
Now Ohio State's going to have a $100,000 tuition coming in for that person on Dr. Pepper there, right?
How about that?
Yeah, I know that's right. This California woman, she went viral, Steve, for having a 22-year friendship with an African tortoise. And this thing is a big old thing, man. Let me tell you, it takes her 40 minutes to walk that thing down the street to the end of the curb and come back to the house. I think it's about a mile or something like that. they think everybody loves that big old tortoise. And Jane Fonda, she claims she's only interested in young lovers because she doesn't like old skin. Well, Steve, she'll be 86 on December the 21st. I mean, why in the hell would you want to rub up against her old skin there, right? Yeah, well, I just want to know, Steve, if you were in your 20s, how much money would it take to have sex with her?
Oh, boy. Something
yeah,
makes
I
you...
know that's right. Well, there isn't enough skull-buster beer on this planet to get me that drunk, nor does she have enough money to get me excited enough to do it with her there, right?
At that point, I got to be careful here.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Well, I saw this on TikTok. Alabama beat Arkansas. Arkansas fired their coach. Alabama beat Tennessee, and Tennessee fired their coach. Alabama beat Auburn, and Auburn fired their coach. Inquiring minds want to know, how do we get the White House to play Alabama, Steve?
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Well, we'd be firing Big Joe, wouldn't we? I read where this, in the Amazon jungle, this indigenous woman is bringing a tiny tribe back from the brink of extinction. See, just one woman is doing it. They're down to one family, and she's getting that all back together, and they're making the tribe grow. So, anyway, I told them for right now, and if you can, look that up on the only coaches to beat Alabama more than one. And I think that Texas coach may be the same one that beat Alabama back-to-back, did they not? Year to year?
I'm not sure. I don't want to misspeak.
Yeah, but Urban Myers, I know Urban Myers is the only one that has beat him in Alabama twice, more than twice, so. That's an elite club, but Kirby just ain't good enough, buddy. And Florida State, y'all might as well quit crying, because that's what that guy over the SEC or over the championship series told him. To just quit crying about it, because you ain't going to win. And that's all my bull on it for this go-round, Mr. Steve Summers. We'll talk to you in that loneliest hour.
All right. Thank you much. And I'm a little betwixt. How's that new headset? Good, bad, in between? Depends on where it's at, I guess. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, what do you say? Wheelchair Dave was inquiring a bit about wreaths across America this past evening on our Monday morning show, actually. And yesterday, matter of fact, Landline, it's hard to imagine. We're just over like 10 days away from the National Wreaths Across America Day. This year's Wreaths Across America event will see more than 2 million volunteers and supporters taking part at 4,000 plus locations, according to the organization's website. Local, national, and military cemeteries, as well as veterans' memorials and historic sites, will all be hosting these events. Now, in 2008, Congress has proclaimed a specific Saturday in December as the National Wreaths Across America Day. This year, it is scheduled for December the 16th. The organization's Mobile Education Unit also has events planned in Rhode Island, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware beginning on December the 11th. And an events calendar detailing many of the major events planned for this year is available on the Wreaths Across America website, which is wreathsacrossamerica.org, O-R-G. Of course, our friends at the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association will be represented. Some OOIDA members will be heavily involved, including senior member Lamar Buckwalter, owner of Buckwalter Trucking, LLC, out of Pennsylvania. He was named a Travel Centers of America Citizen Driver honoree this year. Buckwalter will travel some 800 miles, delivering wreaths to 9 sites on December the 16th. He said some of those deliveries will include an escort and or a parade. Another OOIDA Life member, Don Kraus, has been contributing his efforts to Wreaths Across America events for more than a decade, even taking part in the escort to Arlington National Cemetery. Kraus was named a 2023 Road Warrior by Pilot Flying J, said his involvement started after he heard a Landline Now report requesting more trucks to help honor veterans. He said, once you haul the wreaths, you're pretty much hooked, and you're going to want to be there every year. It's just like getting together at the truck shows. My truck is my way of showing how thankful I am for the 50 years that I've enjoyed out here trucking across America in a free country. But it is it's a cool thing, especially that escort from Maryland down to Arlington National Cemetery. There you go. And then, of course, how many trucks does it take? 4,000 locations will be participating in this year's Wreaths Across America event. Now, this is the time of year you don't see a lot of trade shows. Of course, the trucking show season is pretty much over, but there is an event that'll be coming up, getting underway, I believe, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday this week in the Hoosier State. I did see from our friends at Hot Shot Secret this past day, they're loading up and getting ready to head out. It's what they call PRI Week, PRI. That's the Performance Racing Industry Trade Show. Who will we see at this year's Performance Racing Industry Trade Show? Well, I know Trey Sykes is going to be there. I think that's one of Kyle's favorites. I would presume Kyle's going to be there because he's all about what's going on in the racing world with Hot Shot Secret. But if you make it by to the show there, be sure to ask about some of the latest Hot Shot Secret products. They've got dealer specials. Trey did say, the people ask and we will oblige. He said, I'll be there at the booth all 3 days. You will find the Hot Shot Secret booth at booth number 4005. Indianapolis, the Performance Racing Industry Trade Show, which that's the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Couple minutes before we hit news break, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Knucklebuster shared a couple of tidbits here. Brain Dead also said in regards to the yellow thing here. It's a better article from the Wall Street Journal. So I'll pull up the details on that. And he did say, it's actually his Friday. Happy Friday there, Brain Dead. It's a balmy 36 degrees here at our Memphis International Terminal. I'll try to call in later as I sent you a better story about yellow in the auction. Okay, that's the Wall Street Journal thing. Try to call in later for a few other things as well. And hello to Chad. Good morning, Steve. How many days till Christmas? Well, seeing as it's December the 5th, figured that one out. 20 days. I can't believe it. All right, after what could be a relatively quiet end of the week for most of the central and eastern USA, we're looking ahead toward the end of the week. During the day Friday, a storm tracking through the central Rockies begins to shift in the southern and central plains, developing a new area of low pressure. Chilly air blowing out of the Rockies will clash with warm, humid air flowing out of the Gulf of Mexico, which can spawn a rapidly intensifying storm system. There will be pockets of rain and possibly even some thunderstorms from the southern plains into the middle Mississippi River Valley Friday and Friday night. But the main event is expected to get underway Saturday as this storm intensifies. We'll tell you what to anticipate coming up here.
USA News Update. The Biden administration is urging Israel to do more to avert civilian casualties as the country ramps up its military campaign in southern Gaza.
We do not want to see a military campaign in the south that looks like the north. We do not want to see the same level of mass displacement.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller said the U.S. is monitoring the military operation very closely. Fighting resumed this week in the Gaza Strip following the end of a week-long pause in fighting. Indonesia's Merapi volcano erupted on Sunday, resulting in the deaths of 11 climbers, with a dozen more missing. The eruption has blanketed nearby cars, roads, and villages in ash, prompting evacuations. Congress must soon decide whether to approve more funding for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
Without congressional action, the administration will run out of resources by the end of the year to procure more weapons and equipment for Ukraine.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here's the scoop from the Wall Street Journal. In regards to yellow, more on the story. Thank you, Brain Dead. And clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yellow is set to raise more than $2 billion after the bankruptcy option that will disperse much of the national network of terminals among rivals, casting further doubt on that long-shot bid to revive the trucker. About a dozen trucking companies purchased properties at the court-supervised auction that unloaded 75% of Yellow's properties for a total of just under $1.9 billion. According to the filing, which, okay, maybe that's why I hadn't seen it, that filing came down Monday evening, this past evening, in the U.S. Bankruptcy Court in Delaware. The bids must be approved by the court, which is scheduled to hold a hearing on December the 12th. The remaining properties are expected to fetch hundreds of millions more and to be sold over the coming months, according to someone familiar with the process. Those sales further pushing out of reach a trucking group's bid to revive Yellow as a smaller, leaner carrier to rehire thousands of employees. That bid includes $1.1 billion in financing and asks creditors, the government, to push back, as we know, the payment on that loan. Of course, the collapse of Yellow over the summer, marking the biggest ever failure of a trucker in this country. The 99-year-old company, third largest carrier in trucking's LTL sector. eliminating almost 30,000 jobs, including 22,000 unionized workers, put up for sale a network of about 170 terminals across North America, tens of thousands of trucks and trailers. Now, Yellow's terminals were appraised at about $1.1 billion ahead of the auction. Those properties proved much more valuable to trucking companies in a sector that relies heavily on a hub-and-spoke network of terminals to move freight. You know, these kind of terminals are increasingly hard to buy or build because of the growing opposition from local communities concerned about truck traffic and noise and pollution. The roughly 130 properties sold at the auction, which started last week, went to more than 20 buyers. About 90% of the terminals were sold to about a dozen LTL carriers. XPO, currently the third largest LTL carrier, won a bundle of 28 properties, including one of Yellow's most prized terminals in Carlisle, PA, for a total of $870 million. Estes Express Lines, the next biggest LTL carrier, which entered the auction with the stalking horse or lead bid of $1.525 billion for all the Yellow properties, won 24 terminals for a combined $249 million. Saia, the Johns Creek, Georgia-based trucker, won 17 properties with a bid of $236 million. I think that pretty much seals the deal, right? That's the final nail in the coffin for any suggestion that Jack Cooper Transport or Sarah Riggs Amico, the executive chair, was trying to resurrect the company. I think that's pretty much end of the line there. And we also reported last week, recall the story of the Osprey aircraft that had gone down in Japan, off the coast of Japan. Didn't realize that they are actually they had been searching for that aircraft, which they announced this past day. They have indeed found. There's still 2 missing personnel. Japanese and U.S. divers discovered the wreckage and remains of 5 crew members from that Osprey aircraft that crashed last week off southwestern Japan. There were a total of 8 American personnel on that craft when it crashed Wednesday off of Yakushima Island. It was a training mission. The body of one victim was recovered and identified shortly after that crash. The Air Force Special Operations Command said 2 of the 5 newly located remains have been recovered, their identities yet to be determined. The joint U.S.-Japanese search operation is still working to recover the remains of 3 other crew members from the wreckage, and the search is continuing for 2 people that are still missing. The main priority is bringing the airmen home and taking care of their family members. Support to and the privacy of the families and loved ones impacted by this incident remains our top priority, according to the statement. All right, what do we have here? I think Eagle is on board this Tuesday morning. What do you say, Eagle?
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, can you hear me tonight?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we got you. What's happening out there?
Okay, yeah. I was trying to make sure my phone. I've been having problems talking to some people today. Yeah. I got a couple of things I want to talk about, Steve. What you was before I get to what's going on and with the Israel deal. You was talking about some truck driving deals last night. The situation that's going on in Memphis with these rip-off tow truck operators towing people's trucks. And you had told the story last week, and it shouldn't be. Those guys shouldn't be able to get away with that, Steve. you had told the story about they had told some guy's truck, and he had an expensive load on the trailer, and they told the truck, and the man couldn't get his truck out of there, and it might cost the man his business. He lost, a customer. These guys, like I say, Steve, I got my truck towed. I got my truck towed about 2 years ago from a Walmart, and that's a bad feeling when you come back out of a Walmart and your truck is gone. I didn't know what had happened to the truck. I didn't know if somebody had stole it or what the hell had happened. I walked back out the store and it was gone, and I went back in and asked the manager, and they said, well, they gave me a phone number, and it was the number to the record company. I called the guy up. He said, yeah, we got your truck. It's going to cost you $1,000 to get it back. And the thing I don't like about these people, the attitude that they have, Steve, they act like that truck is their property. They wouldn't even allow me to go to the truck to take some of my things out of it, until I could get the money, the $1,000 to pay. I had my driver's license and some other things in there, and the guy wouldn't even let me go to the truck to get my stuff out, without receiving the $1,000. They act like that truck is theirs, and it's not. And something needs to be done about that, because these guys, and they have very hostile attitudes. I think you said the story. A lot of these record drivers have a very bad attitude. These storage companies. They usually have dogs. And all kind of cameras and security and everything on their property. When you do get there, and they're not even afraid of the police. I think a lot of them guys work with the police. Because when you tell them that you're gonna call the police, they just laugh at you. It's like they're not even worried concerned about the police. They're gonna tow the truck whether the police get involved or not. So, like I said, something needs to be done about that, because that's a lot of money out of somebody's pocket. And some people charge you $1,000 for the truck and $1,000 for the trailer. It could cost you up to $2,000 to get your vehicle out of storage. And you can't get that vehicle back until you pay these losers. But what these guys got going on in Memphis is some dirty business, and those guys should be put out of business what they're doing, because they towing trucks and putting boots on trucks, and they making a lot of money at the expense of truck drivers, and that needs to come to a stop. Somebody in Memphis needs to put their foot down and go to somebody with some power and put this man out of business. It's okay to tow trucks, but not the way this guy's doing. He's going about it the wrong way, Steve, and it needs to come to a stop, as far as I'm concerned. Now, as far as the other deal goes that you talked about last night, remember I talked to you a couple of weeks ago about the accident up on 70 up in Ohio. Like I said, I didn't even realize there was a car in between the bus and the truck. They basically got squashed in between and burned alive. Yep. And and then to come to find out that the man's company had a bad reputation. You said that they had been in trouble with the DOT for faulty brakes. So we don't know if the man, he might not have had no brakes on that truck when the traffic came to a stop. And that's a damn shame. That's a damn shame that somebody was operating the truck with no brakes on it. No money, no job is worth that, Steve. I don't care who I work for. If they don't want to repair the vehicle, if they want me to drive a vehicle with no brakes on it, I'm gonna tell them to, kiss my, know what? No job is worth me getting on the road and going down the interstate with no brakes on it. So, like I said, they need to put this guy, if he's still in business, he needs to be out of business right now, because those were teenage kids that lost their life on that bus, and it was totally unnecessary if it's found that he was driving faulty equipment. If they continue on and do the inspection and really look into that truck and find out if the man had brakes on that truck, that company needs to be placed out of business and sued for every dollar they got, if they got anything left. Now, let's move on to this situation here, Steve, because I talked to you about this last week, and it looks like it's more and more of a dangerous situation, because we have a man in the White House that doesn't get any respect from the world leaders out there. I told you about the Navy. Okay, these people, Iran is trying to provoke the United States. They are trying to shoot missiles at over in the I forgot what the name of this ocean is over there where this is happening at. But I think they said 4 to 5 missiles have been launched, and at Navy ships. And we had I remember a couple of years ago that U.S. Cole, I think it was, got hit by sabotage to some clowns. You can't play games with these people, Steve. This man over there in Iran is playing a dangerous game. You have to hit that guy where it hurts. You know, like I said, you got the heat. Joe Biden needs to be launching an attack on Iran tonight. I ain't talking about no ballistic bombs and all that, but he needs to do some kind of air raid to get their notice, to let them know that we're not playing games with them. Because you can't allow these people, because the more you let them get away with, the more they're going to try to do. So you got to let it be known to Iran that this is not going to be condoned, shooting missiles at our warships over there. You got young kids on there, 18 to 25, 30-year-olds. These are young kids, and they don't deserve to lose their life because of some stupidity over Iran. Like I said, this guy should have been taken care of a long time ago. And like I said, and I think that's the reason why they're making their move now, Steve, because they know that Donald Trump could be getting back in the White House in 24, and they know that their reign is coming to a complete end. Because I'm going to repeat myself like I've done for the last couple of years with you, Steve, and so for your listeners. When Donald Trump was in the White House, we wasn't having all these things going on. We wasn't having all these attacks. We wasn't having these North Korea launching missiles. We wasn't having China getting ready to go in and take over this island. All this wasn't taking place. Joe Biden needs to put his foot down while he's still in the White House before something real bad happens, and then Donald Trump has to clean up the mess, because this situation could get real ugly. And I'm gonna repeat myself one more time, Steve, like I told you a couple of weeks ago. What took place over there in Israel when he came in the middle of the night and killed and executed people? I'm willing to bet every dollar I got in my pocket right now that wouldn't have occurred if Donald Trump was in the White House. So I just want people to remember that what Joe Biden has done to the United States in the short 3 years that he's been in the White House, he's basically stripped the United States of you. I kind of equate it to like a dog, Steve, or a cat. When you cut they declaw and cut their nails off. Joe Biden has basically declawed our military in any line of offense that we have on the southern border or the northern border. He has basically declawed America, and that's a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Eagle, good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in 12 before the hour. We actually have an update from this past day. Braindead said, hey, here we go again. Memphis. More about the A1 towing company. Then I did see, let me go back to my email here. I think it was Toby a bit earlier. In regards to Monkey Gouger had brought up the missing truck driver in Iowa. Toby said there are some variables here that haven't been talked about at this point. If I get a chance, I'll call in. So maybe we'll hear from Toby, but I do actually have updates. One from Sac City about the ongoing search for the missing truck driver. And Gouger had also mentioned there was another man missing in fairly close proximity there in Iowa. And it appears the update from just this past evening is that individual has been found deceased, but they're at this point saying do not believe foul play is suspected. So I'll update you on both of those coming up.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So let's start with the first individual that was missing in Iowa. This was not a truck driver. An update this past evening out of rural Jolly, Iowa. A missing Rockwell City man has been found deceased in his vehicle on a wooded abandoned property southwest of Jolly. 54-year-old Mark Reisberg's body was found in a Chrysler PT Cruiser. Preliminary findings suggest Reisberg, who was reported missing back on October the 28th, suffered a single gunshot wound, according to the Calhoun County Sheriff. Reisberg's body has been sent to the Iowa office of the state medical examiner for autopsy while investigations are ongoing. Foul play is not suspected, according to Riley. The statement indicated that, yes, the United Cajun Navy assisted in the response. That's the Louisiana-based nonprofit that organizes search and rescue teams. They've been in the area searching for the other missing 53-year-old David Schultz of Wall Lake. Now, that's the truck driver that was last heard from in the early morning hours of November 21st. Let me take you to the update there, which is Sac City. The Louisiana-based nonprofit has been searching for this truck driver, said they may have exhausted any potential search locations in the area after over 100,000 acres have been scoured. In a post over the weekend, United Cajun Navy said they have started raising funds for a reward to help locate 53-year-old David Schultz, the truck driver who vanished 2 days before Thanksgiving. This nonprofit organizes search and rescue teams, oftentimes during natural disasters. They operate local chapters. A married father of 10-year-old twin boys, Schultz, last heard from again the early morning hours of November 21, scheduled to pick up a load of baby pigs at a confinement near Eagle Grove and deliver them to a farm near Sac City. His semi was found the afternoon of November 21, northeast of Sac City, parked on northbound U.S. Highway 71 near its intersection with U.S. Highway 20. A truck reportedly was turned off, was not completely pulled off the side of the road. The pigs were still in the trailer. Now, more than 100,000 acres in the vicinity of his route have been searched, according to the United Cajun Navy. Started in Sac City, was later expanded to Calhoun, Webster, and Wright counties. Hundreds of volunteers have turned out, many bringing along horses or all-terrain vehicles to cover more ground. Now, they did say searches may resume as early as Wednesday. I guess they put a pause on their searching right now, but they said we do need a few days to step back and find any information and work with law enforcement to find maybe any more designated search areas. Now, Raleigh said the group has started working with a local bank and other local businesses to try to put together as substantial of a reward fund as possible to try to bring new information to David's disappearance. The campaign will be called Make Them Squeal, which was the name suggested by his wife, Sarah, obviously, because he was hauling the baby pigs. Multiple law enforcement agencies have been involved in the investigation into his disappearance, including the Sac County Sheriff's Office, the Lakeview Police Department, and Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation. So it just kind of sounds like they're pretty much exhausted from the search. They've covered 100,000 acres and they've turned up absolutely nothing. So I guess you go back, try to regroup. Do you have any tips, anything that might lead us in some direction? And I guess hoping that if they can come up with a decent reward, maybe someone will squeal. As suggested in the name, Make 'em Squeal. Where's he at? All right, about a minute before news break, Brain Dead will be checking in coming up here. As I mentioned, the city of Memphis has suspended the booting and towing permit for A1 Towing that's been in the news for months. Well, it's a 30-day suspension of their permit after multiple complaints from truckers about overcharging and the investigation into the towing company by the Memphis Police Department. But even with that suspension, that has not stopped the complaints against the company from continuing to come in. The latest complaint was from Dwayne Little Sr., who said it was sometime early in November when he was on his way to pick up his truck from a long-term parking area. Give it the rest of the story coming up. But hey, jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
USA News, I am Dave Collins. The talk of impeaching President Biden is heating up on Capitol Hill.
House Speaker Mike Johnson believes he has enough votes to launch an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Over the weekend, Johnson said the inquiry has become a necessary step. Republicans have indicated the House could vote to authorize the impeachment inquiry as early as this week. I'm Tim Berg.
Israel on Sunday said it killed a key Hamas commander responsible for the October 7th attacks that left hundreds of Israelis dead and scores of others abducted. This comes as Israel has vowed to free the remaining hostages still being held by Hamas and eliminate the militant group around the world, even if it takes years. Additionally, new airstrikes are hitting Gaza, with Israel calling it a fighting zone and telling residents to evacuate immediately. The race to replace expelled Congressman George Santos is already underway. Chairman of the Nassau County Republican Committee, Joseph Cairo, says they're trying to avoid another Santos fiasco by closely examining potential candidates' credentials.
We will have a much more thorough vetting process now. We will retain an outside firm to do a complete background check.
Both parties need to present a candidate for a special election, with Democrats expected to announce their selection this week. Also, Governor Hochul could announce a special election this week, and when it happens, the election must take place between 70 to 80 days. The Powerball and Mega Millions jackpots have reached a combined $789 million. The top prize up for grabs tonight in the Powerball drawing is $412 million. Now, if you're going to buy a Mega Millions jackpot lotto ticket, picking the lucky winning numbers for Tuesday, that's going to be worth $377 million. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Alaska Airlines say they've agreed to buy Hawaiian Airlines in a $1.9 billion deal. This puts it on track for a potential clash with a Biden administration that has shown wariness about higher fares in the industry. The combined company would keep both airline brands rooted in the nation's 49th and 50th states. Alaska will pay $18 in cash for each share of Hawaiian, whose stock closed Friday at $4.86. The former U.S. ambassador to Bolivia is being charged with acting as a secret foreign agent of Cuba.
This action exposes one of the highest reaching and longest lasting infiltrations of the U.S. government by a foreign agent.
Attorney General Merrick Garland says 73-year-old Manuel Rocha secretly supported the Republic of Cuba and its clandestine intelligence gathering mission against the United States by serving as a covert agent of Cuba's intelligence services. According to the latest data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 2022 saw the highest suicide numbers in U.S. history. Nearly 50,000 Americans died by suicide last year. Indonesia's Merapi volcano erupted on Sunday, sending volcanic ash thousands of feet into the air, resulting in the deaths of 11 climbers with a dozen more missing. The eruption has blanketed nearby cars, roads, and villages in ash, prompting evacuations. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by Sun. Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
Back at it here, another round as we roll into a Tuesday. Good to have you on board. Jacob says, hello, Mr. Summers, and the overnight drive clue. There's Robin. How you been, Robin? Been doing any grilling championships? There's the Dipsy driver. Hello, Steve, and the most informed audience. Clouds 35 here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. Yeah, we got a little light snow. It's starting about sunrise, they say. On a lighter note, a bar in Cedar Rapids, Iowa offered free beer until Iowa scored in the Michigan-Iowa game Saturday. As you know, they did not score at all, and the bar lost over $500 in beer. Okay. Interesting. Real quick, before we get back to the calls, back to Memphis, Tennessee, A1 Towing. The latest complaint comes from Dwayne Little Sr. Got it reflected back in early November that he was on his way to pick up his truck from the long-term parking area at an area truck stop in East Shelby Drive, where he had paid to park until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He said, I called ahead to let A1 know. I'd be about an extra 15 minutes, just a little bit late, before I'd be leaving in the truck. I mean, most places offer a bit of a grace period. I've been driving 15 years. I've never experienced anything like this, he said. This is the worst. I mean, it's basically someone robbing you. Yeah, I said not long after he got to the truck stop, an employee from A1 Towing showed up with a boot for his truck. And he's like, well, I'm fixing to put this boot on, and it's going to cost you anywhere from $300 to $500. And I'm like, you're fixing to put a boot on, and I'm standing right in front of you here? That follows the pattern of other complaints that the local ABC affiliate there has covered involving A1 Towing. City of Memphis told ABC 24 that according to the city ordinance, the maximum charge for a boot removal should not exceed $50. Yeah, Little said, well, the next thing you know, the tow truck driver pulls in. He's like, well, we might charge you $2,500, $3,000 to get the truck. I said, man, you're not going to do anything with this truck. What you need to do is call your dispatcher and talk to her. The city also told ABC 24 a vehicle that is booted cannot be towed unless the owner fails to contact the booting company within 24 hours, and if the owner or operator is present and removes the vehicle before it's connected to the tow truck. The owner cannot be charged a fee. Now, Little said he did call the dispatcher, and the interaction went something akin to, she was like, well, just let him go this time, but next time just look for his truck and put the boot on it. Just the latest in the complaints, A1. This is, got to shut those guys down once and for all. Hey there, Brain Dead, what's happening?
Happy Friday, Steve. Reno.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. It's my Friday. Never mind. I keep forgetting that. It's Taco Tuesday. Fun Friday for me. But anyway, no. Every state and every city and everybody has different laws. I know the city of Memphis, if I remember right, that guy's truck has been in there since November, right? What the story said?
The one I just shared, whatever it was, he was going reflecting back to early November, and whatever day it was, he had paid to have the truck there parked until 3 in the afternoon, and I guess he arrived at like 3:15.
See, under the law, and I've known people that been in the record business in Memphis for many, many, many years. And they're reputable people. This guy's obviously a scumbag that just set up shop and trying to make some money to pay these high record payments. Under the law, you have to hold a vehicle for 30 days and charge them for storage. Say, for example, Steve's $200 a day storage. Okay, You have 30 days to get that vehicle out. On the 31st day, that record company can put a lien on that vehicle for all fees to be paid before they'll release the vehicle. And they have to notify you via mail and through public notice for you to come in and take care of it. After the 31st day, the vehicle is theirs. Pretty much, they file the lien, they got the vehicle, you're SOL, and there's nothing you can do about it. And see, why there's all those fees, like you said that story, that guy said, oh, it's going to be $300 to $500 to remove the boot. Why? Because he gets a cut or a commission off of each tow, off of each booting. That's how they're paid, is off of is a commission rate. So naturally, it doesn't matter what the city says. Hey, we'll charge $500. This is what a lot of people are furious about. And, you know, quite honestly, this guy's a scumbag, and I'm waiting on somebody to pull a gun and shoot somebody dead over it. That's what's about to happen if something isn't done. But Gouger called in earlier about the freight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about the freight being off there. And Gouger, I noticed the same thing too, because I work for that Nasty K. Roger grocery store chain, and I've noticed our freight's been off. I noticed a week or two up to Thanksgiving, and maybe last week, the freight was going, say, 120, 130, 150,000 pounds a night. And now I did my numbers up, and I'm barely getting 75 and 80,000 pounds. It's not that I'm paid by the weight. It's just kind of curious how to track these numbers, because we've got $1 million stores, Steve. We got stores that do $1 million plus a week, and they're getting a 3/4 trailer every night. And normally they were getting a trailer and a half to 2 trailers a night full of produce, dairy, you know, non-milk, but you get what I'm saying. And now it's seen it cut back to where they'll take a non-store, split it in 2 trailers, and shove it all into one trailer, where we kick that one store off, drop it down at the $1 million store, while the first store is whining, complaining, and moaning because all of the salvage freight, which is like the pallets and bales of cardboard, etc., stuff to go back to the warehouse, is piling up on the dock. And the back room is so trashed and so stacked up with freight, they can't even move. I mean, I've had a store here where we're supposed to drop the trailer, and their grocery trailer that comes in at, say, noon, maybe 1 or 2, is still 3/4 full, and everything has to be unloaded, go out to the floor to be put into the proper cooler. Yeah, and our freight's been off too, because I notice our staging lot and our road is not generally has been as packed as it has been in the last week or so too, Steve.
Now, a lot of your heavy, weren't a lot of the really heavy loads was that like stock in stores for the Thanksgiving weekend? Wasn't that?
I imagine leading up to Thanksgiving, yes, I'll give you that argument, but the week after.
Okay.
And I imagine probably in another week or so, it's going to pick back up with Christmas and New Year's. So, and I imagine after first year, it'll probably be dying back off again. It's just that roller coaster freight. Now over to Yellow. I am so glad to see when I read that story from the Wall Street Journal. I'm so happy. I'm so tickled. Because now all of us should be able to get our vacation pay and the money we were shorted out on when the company closed. I mean, there's really good friend of mine that was there 37.5 years that had like 7 weeks vacation. That's like about $7-8 grand. That little bit of check's going to help out. It doesn't surprise me some of these terminals sold for as much as they did.
I mean, yes, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, the valuation, whatever, so they sold for, in some cases, a lot more than they were even valued at, right? Because, as you said, some places, I guess that Carlisle was a very coveted location.
Yep. Yeah, that Carlisle terminal, the Spaceman is listening. He could probably tell you about how many doors they had up there. The only thing I know is it was big. I mean, it was huge. I know our terminal was 200 doors. And I'm looking forward to seeing the breakdown of who got what and what terminals. It's going to be interesting to see, but there's a lot of the regional carriers, and I'm just going to throw some names up there like Southeastern Freight, Dayton Freight, AAA Cooper that may have picked up on some of these terminals to expand out into. So that I'm hoping that list comes out soon because I'm eager to see what's who all got what terminals.
Mm-hmm.
But you haven't talked to Gilligan lately, have you?
I have not.
Oh Lord! Well, look, if he calls you, just hang up.
Uh-oh.
I mean, let me tell you. He called me today asking me for $19.95.
Oh boy!
And I asked him, well, what for? What? He says, well, GMAB Enterprises is starting a streaming service. It's going to be $19.95 a month, and we've got our first show in the can. And it's going to be like Gilligan's Island, where we have 5 people on an island. We're going to call it Maroon 5. Bye to me.
Anytime you see, should have hung up as soon as you heard GMA and B Enterprises because you knew it. You know it's a scam. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Listen, I did catch a post earlier this past evening from 5-7. His wife had been hospitalized, low oxygen levels, I guess, spent the night, and how did he put it? He said, brought my sweetie home. Thought he was trying to get her settled in. I'm not sure if he's out there. Apparently not on the road tonight, so hope everything's going all right with her. And it's 844-844-3388. Hillbilly checks in here on a Tuesday. What's going on, Hillbilly?
Good morning, Steve. How was your weekend?
Short weekend, but hey, I got the Christmas lights up. Hallelujah.
Good deal. Didn't fall off the ladder or off the roof or nothing like that?
No, I did not get on the roof. Actually, my son's supposed to come over Wednesday, Thursday. I think that's his off days this week. He's going to get on the roof for me.
We watched National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation or Christmas, whatever it is, over the weekend. I was laughing about that. I'm like, wonder how many people did fall off the roof this weekend.
Griswold family Christmas. Hey, I did get a text message from old Scarecrow earlier this evening. I didn't hear from him yesterday morning, and he sent me a photo. It's a photo of himself, and he's got his arm in a sling. He said it did not have anything to do with putting up Christmas lights, but it did involve a fall and a dislocated shoulder. Ouch! So he won't be driving for a few days.
Oh, owie. Who made it in the championship for the college football? I didn't follow none this weekend.
You didn't follow anything? Are you kidding?
Nope.
Well, we got Michigan is in at number 1. Washington comes in at number 2. It was, now don't get me confused here. We got Alabama actually made their way in. And Texas, the Hook'em Horns.
I got you. Good deal. What about them Bengals winning last night?
I'm sure that surprised a lot of people, I am sure.
I'm telling you, I was like, well, damn, they got it together finally. It was definitely a shootout.
I'm guessing the bookies made a fortune on that one because everybody said Jacksonville's going to win that one for sure.
Right. That story about the missing trucker there to Iowa, I told you about it last week. I was hoping you were going to have some good news when you giving us an update about that, but I guess not. Mr. Schultz.
Yep, nothing to be found. I mean, and they've scoured 100,000 acres. That's a lot of territory.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, I'm just praying for his family because, I mean, you know they got to be worried sick.
Oh, yeah.
Each day passes, it's just getting more grim and more grim, if you ask me. But all right, Steve, you have a great show, and everybody be safe out there.
Hey, appreciate you checking in this morning there, Hillbilly. You do the same. Safe travels. Looking at 23 past the hour, and we got an update from New York. Just another reason for drivers maybe not to want to go into New York. Details about the New York City, they've talked about this for years, but what they're calling the congestion pricing has been announced, including the suggested charges for drivers. How much will it cost a truck to go in? The New York City's Traffic Mobility Review Board released their report on congestion pricing recommendations for the city's central business district. Now, that district is the area in Manhattan south of 60th Street. According to the report, the recommended congestion pricing for large trucks entering the central business district will be $36. Suggested charge for smaller box trucks, $24. Buses will be charged similarly. Intercity and charter buses would pay $24 under the proposal. Tour buses would pay $36. Congestion pricing recommendations for remaining vehicles, $15 for a passenger vehicle, $7.50 for a motorcycle, $1.25 per ride for taxis, and $2.50 per ride for any of the app-based vehicles like your Uber and your Lyft. Now, for passenger vehicles, drivers would be capped at only one central business district toll per day. Truck drivers, on the other hand, would be charged each time they enter the district. Now, the congestion pricing structure would apply to the peak hours between 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. I mean, to me, that's pretty much all damn day, right? And if you've got deliveries into New York, I may be wrong, but I'm thinking most companies or delivery points aren't going to have somebody there for you to go in, say, at the midnight hour and do a delivery. Is that correct? Most of your freight has to go in during the day when they're open to accept load or unload. They did say a congestion pricing discount would apply to drivers who had already paid a tunnel toll. Drivers entering the central business district via the London and Holland tunnels from New Jersey and via the Queens Midtown and Hugh Carey tunnels from Queens and Brooklyn would pay a smaller congestion pricing fee. The crossing credit would be $20 for large trucks and tour buses, $12 for small trucks and intercity or charter buses, and $5 for passenger vehicles. It's going to cost more to pull that freight into the heart of New York. All right, we'll get to Sundance Kid. What you got for us?
Well, I've got a scenario that I was thinking about, and all the FSU fans, I'm going to lay this out there for you. Y'all are ranked number 3 right now in the coaches' poll. Number 1 is Michigan, and number 2 is Washington, and I'm predicting both of them will lose. That should move FSU up to number 1, and then they would share the title of national champions, undefeated, with a 13-1 or 14-1 Alabama. And Nick Saban has done this in the past. He has shared his national championship with another team. When he was at LSU in 2003,
really,
he shared it with USC. Yep. So now all they got to do though, FSU has got to play Georgia, and they got to beat Georgia, and that will make them co-national champions.
What do you think the odds of Florida State beating Georgia would be, though?
Well, I mean, hey, 50-50 right now, but that's the way they can do it.
Okay.
Instead of filing a lawsuit and all that craziness, just go ahead and win your game against Georgia. You'll be undefeated. You'll share the national championship with Alabama.
Well, I mean, if Florida were to if Florida beats Georgia, that would be that'd be pretty big for them to have not made it in, because the whole premise that they're not good enough to beat the big boys, and hell, Georgia was ranked number 1 most all season, weren't they?
The whole year.
Yeah.
Except for, were they ranked number 1 when they played Alabama, or was Michigan number 1?
I'm thinking Georgia. I can't remember. I think. I mean, they were most of the year. Most of the year, Georgia was ranked number 1.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Trying to come in for a three-peat, third-time national champion. Let's get a news break, and it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you.
USA News Update. The Biden administration is urging Israel to do more to avert civilian casualties as the country ramps up its military campaign in southern Gaza.
We do not want to see a military campaign in the south that looks like the north. We do not want to see the same level of mass displacement.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller said the U.S. is monitoring the military operation very closely. Fighting resumed this week in the Gaza Strip following the end of a week-long pause in fighting. Indonesia's Merapi volcano erupted on Sunday, resulting in the deaths of 11 climbers, with a dozen more missing. The eruption has blanketed nearby cars, roads, and villages in ash, prompting evacuations. Congress must soon decide whether to approve more funding for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
Without congressional action, the administration will run out of resources by the end of the year to procure more weapons and equipment for Ukraine.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, right back at it. We'll get more on, I was mentioning later this week. Going to have a traditional clash of the air masses set up with warm, humid air pouring in out of the Gulf of Mexico ahead of an approaching cold front. And as we head into the weekend across the South, we could be talking some severe weather erupting. Right now, models depicting a zone spanning from eastern Texas into Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, western Tennessee. The area to watch for dangerous thunderstorms coming up Saturday. Shreveport, Louisiana, Little Rock, Memphis, Tennessee, a few cities to watch closely for some damaging storms to start the weekend. Now, depending on the exact track and intensity of the storm system Saturday, it's possible that areas further north into the Ohio Valley could be in line for some thunder and heavy rain. That storm threat will not be limited to Saturday either, as the storm intensifies and tracks into the east Sunday, at which point we're talking an area potentially spanning from Florida to the mid-Atlantic. Needs to prepare for some heavy rain, gusty thunderstorms to close out the weekend. Now, although the storm will pose a risk of severe storms, moderate to heavy rain, could be some good news for the Mississippi River and some of the larger tributaries. Any rain that falls over the Mississippi Basin this weekend will be beneficial in terms of drought release because rain is expected to fall on multiple major tributaries, including the Ohio, Missouri, Arkansas rivers. There should be a small but positive bump in river levels in the wake of the storm in the days or maybe weeks to follow. Now, there is a heavy snow potential to span from the Midwest to the interior Northeast as this chilly air surges from the Rockies and Canada this weekend. Yes, some heavy snow may be in the cards as well. If that cold air can move in quickly enough, we could be looking at a zone of impacting snow from the Midwest up to the Great Lakes Saturday into Sunday. A slight shift in the storm track can make a big difference in who might see heavy snow, but residents in places like Chicago and Detroit, you're going to want to closely monitor the forecast here in the days ahead. Be prepared for wintry conditions this weekend. Storm track will also dictate what type of precip falls over the interior Northeast into Sunday. If the storm lifts up into Canada, residents in the interior Northeast can expect primarily rain, but a more southerly track, there could be a period when rain changes to snow before coming to a end along the East Coast, maybe from Washington, D.C. to Boston. You'll likely deal with all rain from this storm, some of which may be heavy Sunday and maybe even into Monday. There is concern also about a lot of wind. Powerful winds will be impacting travelers on the road and in the air. Depending on the strength of the storm, winds 25 to maybe 60 miles per hour will be possible from the Front Range of the Rockies all the way to the East Coast between Saturday and Monday as the storm progresses to the east. Well, let's head on down to Florida. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Hanging with them. It's a Tuesday. We made it through the greatest day of the week, you know?
Absolutely. We made it through old Monday. So, hey, I did a little bit more research on your trailer that's like a shopping cart. That trailer, adding that system to that trailer, Steve, is 4,000 pounds you take off the weight of your load, is what it said.
Okay.
The specifications. So, unless you're hauling something really super light, I mean, that trailer would not really, if you're hauling between 35 and 40,000 pounds in a box trailer, it wouldn't be really something crazy, you know what I mean? That's going to save you a lot of stuff. What I did see about it was that it can be linked with the truck as far as the braking goes. They can link it up with the computer. Now, with a diesel engine, it's a different setup than it is with the electric trucks. And it looks like to me, Steve, that this is getting to be patterned for the trucks like Elon Musk and those guys are building. So, you know, on those electric trucks where they say they're only going to get 300 miles out of a charge, Steve?
Right.
You know how they talk about that? All right, with this trailer, if you linked it with that truck, you could probably get 150 to 200 miles more out of that battery on that truck with this trailer. So I think it's going to be like a situation where it works well with the electric trucks. I don't know how it's going to work with the diesel trucks. I do know that those wheels that go on it, they're a set of wheels that go up by the landing gears where you can push it around. That's an added feature. That's actually an add-on to the trailer. But something else that I found out interesting about it, have you ever heard of a company a partnership called the R7 Partners?
Does not ring a bell. No, sir.
Okay, so that company, Range Energy, who makes that trailer, has 3 investors. It has R7 Partners, Up Partners, and Yamaha. So we know who Yamaha is. Mm-hmm. Yamaha is a big company that builds a lot of stuff. All right, so the 3 companies that invest into that trailer company. R7 is all about, R7 and Up both are all about clean energies. So they're companies that invest in companies that, partnership that invest in companies that do clean energy. So like anything that deals with that. But I got to checking out this R7 Partners, and they're really big into bioengineering. So they're into like crop modifications and that kind of stuff. So it's crazy if you go in and you look at these companies and see who's actually invested into them. It would absolutely amaze you. And you do the backstory on them. That R7 company is actually invested into a company that's going to autonomously, they're going to bring autonomous stuff into aircraft. So they got a contract with the United States Air Force for a company called X-Wing that's actually going to make airplanes autonomous, cargo planes. And I mean, it's crazy to see what some of these companies are invested into when you start checking them out. And you just get deeper and deeper into the deal. The other company, Up, they're into transportation stuff. So anything that's clean energy as far as transportation goes, they're going to invest in it. And but thanks for giving me a little bit of information about that trailer. It's crazy some of the stuff that you can find when you get on there and you just start looking at these companies and who invests in them. And, they invested $8 million into that trailer right now. That's what they've got invested into it right now is $8 million. And they're still testing. So, but that's all I pretty much got for today, bud. I appreciate your time, and thanks for having me.
Thank you much, Philip. Good to hear from you. I can't help but wonder because I believe they're using the lithium-ion battery technology. Are they going to have some of the same issues with fires? And, of course, now you're talking trailers loaded with who knows what. Are we going to have trailers potentially loaded with hazmat material? Chemicals and things what if that lithium ion under the axles catches fire? I mean, things that make you kind of wonder, will they designate that any of those trailers will be kind of off limits for hazmat materials? Something that needs to be looked into, to say the least. 17 before the hour. Let me take you to the writer, what was his name, for Yahoo Sports. Dak Wenzel, I believe, was his. I mean, kind of going through this college football scenario where he said, starting, of course, as we know next year, the top 6 highest-ranked conference champions will receive an automatic bid to the college football playoff. Now, it might be reduced to 5 after the splintering of the Pac-10, but in all actuality, he said the first automatic bid in CFP history was delivered Sunday. A day after the playoff committee made the unprecedented step of leaving an unbeaten Power 5 conference champion, the undefeated Seminoles, out of the 4-team field. The reasoning seems clear, he says. The committee was not going to stage a playoff without the champion of the SEC. Either Georgia was going to finish 13-0 and enter ranked number 1, or Alabama was going in at 12-1 following an upset of the Dogs. The deal was essentially set. Now, it's not a meritless argument, he says. The SEC has dominated the sport for 2 decades, 13 of the past 17 national title-winning teams. A tournament without the SEC would feel strange, and Alabama is very good, seemingly better on paper than the current incarnation of FSU. You can agree with the above. You can believe that the Tide will beat Michigan in the Rose Bowl and go on to win the national title. And you can still be troubled, or at least curious, about how the committee reached its decision, because conference history wasn't supposed to matter. And the consistency of argument is in short supply here. This is a 2023 tournament, not a reputation built since 2005 tournament. There weren't supposed to be any automatic bids. No league was guaranteed a spot, and the SEC was hardly a vintage outfit this year. 7-9 versus other Power 5 teams. 4-6 versus the ACC. Officially, the committee chair and North Carolina athletic director, Boo Corrigan, cited the season-ending injury to their star quarterback, Jordan Travis, is the reason. That's the reason he said they were left out. Broke his leg late November against North Alabama. They did go on to win the game and at rival Florida with the second-string quarterback, Tate Rodemaker. Now, when Rodemaker was forced to miss the ACC title game due to a concussion, the Seminoles used their third-string freshman to defeat Louisville. Now, Rodemaker was expected to be back for any bowl game. Florida State is a different team than they were through the first 11 weeks, according to Corrigan. An incredible season, but if you look at who they are as a team right now, without Jordan Travis, without the offensive dynamic that he brings, they're a different team. Is different necessarily worse? Perhaps, maybe it's just different. The defense was unaffected. The running game was still excellent. I mean, in 2014, Ohio State lost their star quarterback, J.T. Barrett. Buckeyes focused even more heavily on the run game and saw Ezekiel Elliott deliver 476 yards and 6 touchdowns in playoff victories over Alabama and Oregon to win it all. Maybe Ohio State was better that way. Who's to say Rodemaker might have looked like with a month of practice and preparation? But in this case, the committee went with the best 4 and said Travis' injury was the determining factor. Now, looking at that decision and the available information from any intentionally non-transparent process, it doesn't seem like the committee even believes their own reasoning. If FSU is so unimpressive without their starting quarterback, then how are the Seminoles ranked 5th, ahead of Georgia, Ohio State, and Oregon? Those teams are at least as impressive as Alabama. Why would Florida State still be ahead of them? Now, the argument that losing Travis called into question the Seminoles' accomplishments would hold more water if the committee ranked them, say, 8th. Likewise, if they were about choosing the best 4, then wouldn't there be a stronger argument for Georgia to still make the field? The Bulldogs lost to Alabama, but who thinks they're not an elite team? Instead, it looks like the committee just split the baby here. They believed FSU deserved to be in, couldn't find a way to do it without adding an SEC champion. And if Alabama were in, then Texas needed to be in because the Longhorns defeated the Tide in Tuscaloosa. Basically, Alabama and Texas were a package deal. And if just 2 spots were available, 13-0 Michigan and 13-0 Washington were safe, then FSU was out. Here's guessing that if Georgia had defeated Alabama and thus assuring SEC representation, 13-0 FSU would have been in ahead of Texas. The committee would have just pointed to the 4 undefeated teams and told everybody else not to lose. Okay. The rankings. Coming off FSU's Rodemaker-led 24-15 victory at Florida. The committee had placed Florida State at number 4 and Texas at number 7. FSU then beat number 15 Louisville by 10 with a quarterback who would not be expected to play in the playoff. Texas beat number 20 Oklahoma State by 28. Both became conference champs. Was that really enough for the Longhorns to jump 4 spots and above FSU? If anything, he said the Seminoles' defense and rushing attack against Louisville should have strengthened the argument that they are a quality team even without Travis, because the return of Rodemaker would upgrade and in some manner the quarterback position. Apparently not. Ultimately, none of this is about which teams should have gotten into the playoff. It's about the committee telling on itself and the fact that there is no consistency in its decision. The Southeastern Conference essentially got an automatic bid, maybe for good reason, maybe not. Mercifully, next year, every deserving conference, ACC included, will get one as well. A lot of discussion in regards to the college football playoffs.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let's get his take on the whole matter. What do you say, Rambler?
Roll Tide, Steve. That's what I say. And I am sorry that the FSU Seminoles, and I do like Florida State, got left out. But you hold up the schedule, and that's what it comes down to. We beat more ranked teams. Now, granted, they did hand LSU their first loss, but we handed them their second loss. Now, if things would have been different, and if LSU would have beat us, it would have been a package deal with LSU and Florida State going in. You know, they would have had to put them two in. But yeah, I think it is kind of wrong that, you know, they went undefeated. But look at the weak conference. They're in the Atlantic Coast Conference. Who have they really played? You know, they played a weakened Miami team. They played a weakened Clemson team. I mean, we played teams like Ole Miss and other teams that were just, you know, could have blew us out of the water, that we had to really go in there and play hard. And I tell you right now, I give all the credit to the Georgia Bulldogs and Brock Bowers. And I think it's the other tight end's name, Bukowski. If they had been healthy, that would have been a different outcome. But we went in to play Georgia. Georgia was not the same team as when they started out at the beginning of the season. And I got to give it to Brock Bowers and the other tight end. I mean, them two young men were hurting for certain. Man, every time they got hit, they were slow getting up, and they were one or both would have to limp to the sidelines. But I mean, Alabama came to play. You know, when we lost to Texas, I then had that lackluster performance against University of Central Florida, the Bulls. No, not Central Florida, South Florida, the Bulls. There was a lot of naysayers that wrote Alabama off. I remember seeing posts, prime time to Tuscaloosa, talking about let's send Deion Sanders and make Nick Saban retire. You know, so we proved the naysayers wrong. And But I will tell you right now, if anyone thinks that Alabama's just going to roll into Pasadena and beat up on Michigan, they got another thing coming. Jim Harbaugh has built a great program up there in Ann Arbor. But, and Nick Saban said this a few years ago in an interview, and they replayed it. He says, we do not use signs because signs are easy to steal. And there's no signs for Jim Harbaugh to steal. There's going to be no defensive strategy he's going to be able to really call. So he's got to do it the old-fashioned way. He's got to get his kids in there, study tape, get them in the tape room, and watch video and figure out a game plan. Number one, how to stop Jalen Milroe, how to stop Jason McClellan, how to stop Roydell Williams, and how to stop Isaiah Bond, how to stop that awesome. Of course, I say that they did allow Georgia to sack a quarterback like 4 or 5 times. You know, that offensive line, and we got one of the best defensive fronts there is. But Michigan is half as good too. But I think the 12-team playoff team is going to work out better next year. You know, because every conference champion will get in. But that leads me to the question. I don't think the Pac-12 is even going to exist next year, Steve, to my knowledge. I know you're coming up
that's
on
kind of what
the
the
break.
yeah. There you go. Let's pause there. You're right on the same page with me. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The talk of impeaching President Biden is heating up on Capitol Hill.
House Speaker Mike Johnson believes he has enough votes to launch an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Over the weekend, Johnson said the inquiry has become a necessary step. Republicans have indicated the House could vote to authorize the impeachment inquiry as early as this week. I'm Tim Berg.
A shark attack has claimed the life of an American woman in the Bahamas. Officials there say the woman from Boston was paddleboarding with a relative near the Sandals Resort on Monday when the attack took place. CPR was administered, but her injuries were too severe. On Saturday, a woman died after an apparent shark attack at a beach resort in Mexico. The latest front in the fight over abortion is a push in place like Texas to ban so-called abortion traffickers from driving pregnant women to another state where the procedure is legal. Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta says they plan to fight this in court.
States may not criminalize third-party assistance for such interstate travel.
There are now 4 counties in Texas that have passed ordinances making it illegal to travel on their roads seeking an abortion. They would all be enforced through private lawsuits. The measures, though, would not punish the pregnant women. Alaska Airlines announces a $1.9 billion acquisition of Hawaiian Airlines, emphasizing the respect for their nearly 100-year legacy, with both companies retaining their brands. Alaska Airlines CEO Ben Minicucci, who will lead both airlines, considers the move pro-consumer, aiming to enhance competition against major carriers like United, Delta, Southwest, and American Airlines, which currently dominate 80% of the domestic market. The deal aims to leverage the strengths of both carriers. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Executions climbed nationally for the second year in a row in 2023, with Texas and Florida accounting for more than half, according to a report by the Death Penalty Information Center. The increase comes as public opinion continues to turn against the death penalty. Derek Chauvin has left the hospital.
The former Minneapolis police officer convicted in the murder of George Floyd is out of the hospital and back behind bars again after being stabbed 22 times by a fellow inmate at the Federal Correctional Institution in Tucson, Arizona. The alleged assailant, 52-year-old John Turskak, faces charges including attempted murder, assault with intent to commit murder, and assault with a dangerous weapon. Chauvin's attorney confirmed that his medical condition has improved, and he's been moved from the trauma care facility at a local Tucson hospital back to prison for follow-up care. I'm Skip Kelly.
Police say that a Los Angeles man already in custody in connection with another shooting investigation has been identified as a suspect in 3 recent killings of homeless men. Police officials say Jared Joseph Powell was identified as a suspect in the 3 killings after authorities determined a firearm found in a vehicle he was driving when he was arrested earlier was linked to the shootings. U.S. food safety officials urging consumers not to eat certain cantaloupe products due to the risk of illness as they investigate a worsening outbreak of salmonella infections. The outbreak appears to be linked to Malachita or Rudy brand cantaloupes. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
that's my cue. Back again as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into a Tuesday. Trust your week's off to a good start. It's like you gotta give them a Dumbass of the Week nomination. You know, we all too often talk about the individual in the likes of a tractor trailer leading police on a chase. Does anyone actually think you're going to get away? You're in a big truck. You're first of all, you can't even outrun the popo. Now, if you're in a hot rod, you got your Challenger souped up. You might be faster than one cop, but you cannot outrun the radio. That's for certain. This guy took it to the next level. He's actually hauling a mobile home. It's not often police pursue an oversized load. But on Thanksgiving night, officers in Missouri did. Excelsior Springs police releasing dash cam footage this past day of an attempted traffic stop. The truck they tried to pull over was literally towing a mobile home. When it failed to stop, police began a pursuit. Video voiced over by Sergeant Craven discusses the pursuit of a driver who's been traveling all over the roadway. Officers attempted and failed to use stop sticks, but eventually were able to stop the man and take him into custody. I mean, he was going about 30 miles an hour. His truck and the mobile home were damaged in the chase. But the police said it's not every day officers find themselves in pursuit of a house. Welcome back, Rambler.
Well, that's why you don't mess with the Devil's Slim Fast plan.
Okay.
You don't mess with that. You don't mess with the devil's lettuce. You don't mess with the devil's Kool-Aid. It's all bad for you, you know. Especially that Devil's Slim Fast plan. I watched methamphetamine ruin a whole lot of lives, and I'm not going to point the fingers and say that guy was on methamphetamine, but if I had to guess, if you put me in Vegas and I had to wager a bet, I'm willing to bet 99-1 odds that that driver was on crystal meth. And just leave Satan's Slim Fast plan alone. It's not worth it, you know, not worth it. But you know, I want to just give a shout out to Doc Holliday, and Captain Ron Parker, because, you know, Doc Dye's a diehard Georgia Bulldogs fan.
Yes.
And I gave him a hard time, and look here. That guy took it. I mean, and look, it's all in fun, God's children. And it's all a game, okay? Trust me. You know, Auburn fans are hearing now from Alabama fans, fear the thumb, fear the thumb. And I heard that having to walk inside the warehouse many years ago when Tommy Tuberville was coach at Auburn, hearing fear the thumb when Auburn beat Alabama 6 years in a row. God, children, it's a game, you know. That's all it is. It's a game. People make money on it, and people, you know, puff their chest out. But in the long run, it's nothing but a game. Do I think Florida State deserves to be there? Probably so. They are 13-0, but you know, when they put everything in that computer, that's when it comes out and it says that Alabama had the stronger schedule. They beat more ranked teams, and even at a 12-1, Alabama was better than a 13-0 Florida State. And look, I'm a Florida State fan. I like the Seminoles. I'm not trying to knock Florida State, and it is a shame that their starting quarterback broke his leg. And it is bad that their backup quarterback took a heck of a hit from the Florida Gators and got a concussion. If you watch the same game that I watched, Louisville and Florida State, that was kind of a boring game. I mean, it was low scoring, and I kind of wondered watching that game. Jack Plummer, the quarterback for Louisville, kind of wondered if he's any kin to former NFL great and Arizona State standout Jake Plummer. Don't know. Don't have a clue. I ain't got time to go to Wikipedia and look it up. But anyways, it is what it is. Alabama's in, and I'm very proud of my team. Like I said, Steve, listen, I've been a fan of the Crimson Tide since I was a little boy, watching that old man named Paul Bear Bryant walk up and down the sidelines wearing the houndstooth hat. I've stuck by him through the rotten years when they made Gene Stallings retired, hired that god-awful coach Mike Dubose. Then we went from Dubose to Dennis Francione. Then we had Mike Price, who didn't even get his team on the field. He got fired for being at a gentleman's club over there in Pensacola, Florida. Then we had Don Shula's boy, Mike Shula. That was a joke. So I've been sticking with my team through all the rotten years, all the rotten years.
Yep.
To see us, 17 years now under Coach Saban, being returned back to prominence is truly amazing. And my hat's off to all the teams that we've had to play. I know I've called this show and I picked on the Tennessee Bowling Q fans and called them. I ain't gonna say the word that I said before, but picked on their fans and the LSU and all that stuff. But gosh, it is a game. I don't take it so seriously, and Ron Parker, I've been giving him a hard time too, and I will reiterate, Tide fans, do not think for 1 second you're just going to roll into Pasadena and just roll all over Michigan. Michigan will be prepared, and Michigan is good. They're number one for a reason. So y'all remember that. But, Steve, I'll tell you one thing that is not a game, and that's life. Life is not a game. Life is serious. And as football games come to an end and there's a winner and a loser, life will come to an end. And there's a winner and a loser. Steve, as I followed Alabama football since I was a boy, I've also known about a man named Jesus Christ. It was instilled in me by my grandparents, by my mother, that there's a heaven to gain and a hell to shun. There really is. And Alabama's not going to get you to heaven. Florida State ain't going to get you to heaven. Michigan, Washington, no football team or no coach. Look, Michigan fans, Bo Schembechler is not, if you believe in him, you're not going to make heaven. Ohio State fans, Woody Curry's not going to get you to heaven. They're dead. All right? Bear Bryant's not going to get you to heaven. You can have all the faith you can. He ain't going to get you to heaven. Only one person that ever walked this earth is a way you can make heaven your forever home, and that is Jesus Christ. The ultimate game coach, God, sent the greatest, let me rephrase it. The ultimate athletic director, God, sent the greatest head coach to this earth. And the greatest head coach, he's still recruiting players, but you have to choose to come and play for him. It don't matter what color you are. It don't matter how bad your sin is. Steve, he wants to recruit you. He wants you on his team. No matter how awful of a player you be, he wants you. And Steve, like I said, people have a heaven to gain and a hell to shun. Look, college football, NFL, Major League Baseball, NHL, NBA, that's all a game, okay? And the game ends one day. So does your life. It ends one day. Choose Jesus Christ. Choose Jesus Christ today. I urge you as we coming into the Christmas season, you're looking at all the beautiful lights and everyone's got their tree up, and I know your son to be helping you, or excuse me, you will be on the ground helping your son, you know, get those lights up. Remember, the reason for the season is because the greatest athletic director there is, God, sent the greatest head coach to this earth, born of a virgin, laid in a manger, come here to recruit you to be on the winning team. The losing team, well, that is a devil's red hell. And like I said, you have a heaven to gain and a hell to shun. Steve, I think I would rather be celebrating with the winning team and the greatest coach, Jesus Christ, than ever having to go see hell. But like I said, God, I know some of you, I get on your nerves with the Roll Tide, but listen, it is just a game. Salvation is not a game. It's serious. Choose Jesus today. And for all y'all that follow us at Determined Ministries Church, man, I thank you so much. And I love you all. And I mean that. No matter who you pull for, no matter what your team is, man, I love you. Even Auburn fans, even Tennessee fans, look, I love you. And I mean that, Steve. I really mean that. So, and listen, there are times that I sit behind this driver's seat and I start thinking about people that I know are going through a hard time. Man, I get teary-eyed. I do. You know, people are going through a lot. And even there's a lot of people, you know, that you talk to on a daily basis. They put a smile on their face. They shake your hand. They give you a hug. But yet they're just torn apart for what they're going through in life. But yet they don't let it get to them. They still put the smile on their face. You know, how hard is it to pray for someone? It's not hard. I pray for everybody. When I pray, Steve, here's what I say. Lord, I pray for all my friends, family, loved ones, acquaintances, even my enemies. I lift them up to you, Father. Meet their needs. Bless them coming and going. And if there's any sick, Lord, heal them and give them counsel. Steve, thank you for allowing me to come on this show and be a part of it. Thank you for allowing me to tell the folks about Determined Ministries Church. And listen, you can find us on Facebook. We go live every Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m. And listen, we are a church for you. No matter if you're a Bulldog fan, Seminole fan, Buckeye fan, Wolverine fan, or even a Crimson Tide fan, you're all welcome. Come on in. We want to have you. And if you can tolerate my singing, then, hey, buddy, you can tolerate anything. Praise God. And remember this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, and Steve, I will call in tomorrow night. God bless you, my old friend. I love you. And once again, Roll Tide, but Jesus number one.
All
Yay.
right, Roll Tide.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's not often we get back-to-back calls 2 nights in a row. Are you with me?
I'm with you, brother. I'm up 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. wake up and sitting there drinking coffee and enjoying the show. But really, man, you've got so many different topics. It's crazy. Brother Rambler, I hate to break your heart there, brother, but you was just preaching to the choir when it comes to a bunch of beer-drinking, rabid, pot-bellied football fans, because they live, breathe, and die football. I've been up here in Michigan all day, Steve. And guess what? I wore a blue pullover shirt, and I stopped and bought me a Michigan hat. I didn't want people to know that I was from Oklahoma. So, you know, when you go into enemy territory, you best dress the part. That's for darn sure. But I've noticed in talking to some of the fans up here, you know, the various people, one thing, they're all sick of Mel Tucker in Michigan State. They're sick of him and what he brought to the mix, which, you know, he's out there. But then they're also kind of getting a little annoyed with Jim Harbaugh and all the crap that he's bringing to their image. And but they do know that they've got it cut out for them if they want to beat Alabama. And that's the one thing everybody talking about, man. We got our defense has got to show up, and our offense has got to produce a little bit more. But, you know, I really like those Sundance's scenarios that he laid out. He's probably right. That might end up being what they end up doing, is based on the rankings, sharing the national championship. But what we need is for Michigan and Washington both to win out, and then both them play for the national championship to shut everybody up.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think?
Yeah, that'd have made a difference.
It'd make a heck of a lot of difference. So, and then to me, okay, let's say Liberty beat Oregon. Then under what Sundance's scenario, well, you ain't going to have no three-way tie for no national championship. So you can't argue Florida's case if you got an undefeated Liberty that was to beat Oregon out there, and then you had an undefeated Michigan or Washington winning the championship. So it would be a moot point. So that's what we need to happen. But I've really enjoyed the controversy that's created. But Steve, 3 weeks ago, I was telling you what was going to take place, and somebody was going to get left out based on their strength of schedule. And guess who it was? It was, you know, I kept saying I don't see anybody beating Florida State. It wasn't because I thought Florida State was any good. It's just they were playing a bunch of slop teams. It's not hard to do the math. Just do the math, and you can get it figured out. And it's like Coach Prime, Florida State alumnus, what he says, it's a business. And he's not, you don't see him out here spouting off how Florida State got robbed. You know why? Because he's got to recruit against Florida State. Why would you put them on a pedestal as next best thing since sliced bread when you got to recruit against your alma mater?
Mm-hmm.
So he got a hell of a good point. It's a business, and that's all it is. You know, Brother Ember talking about, you know, guys, it's a game, and what's more important is life. But I'll tell you one thing. You know, I went to a funeral home and seen I ain't going to say which team, but a team-themed casket and a team-themed vault, and both of them was about $30,000. And it blew my mind. I thought, why would you pay a total of $60,000 for a box
to bury it
that you're going to rot in? Go ahead.
To bury it for all time. I mean, ain't nobody going to see it once you're in the ground.
Right. And then I thought, is that not crazy? But that's how people are. They take this stuff serious. And it really, you know, that's part of life, and that's what they pin their hopes on, is their team, you know. So, but I've really enjoyed it. I didn't catch monkey gouger's call, but I caught, gosh darn it. The gentleman was brain dead to talking about the freight being done.
Yeah, well, yeah, yep.
Yeah, I've noticed that big time, Steve. I guarantee you. And this was right before Thanksgiving. I don't know if it's a holiday thing or what, but it seems like half my load is basically LTL freight. I'm not even fully loaded. I'm not even fully loaded now.
Wow.
And so it causes me concern. So I see it as slowing down of the economy, but then yet again, it might be a seasonal thing. You know, I've never noticed it before slowing down before Christmas. So it's definitely going on. That's for sure. So it wouldn't surprise me a bit if the first of next year they said, "Well, we ain't got room for you no more. Okay, I'll go home. You'll find me one of them podunk jobs until things shake back up." But that's your liberal economy that we got going on because of who we got in the. Go ahead.
I was going to say a little Bidenomics working for us here.
Big time working for us. So anyway, but I'm really enjoying listening to the various scenarios as far as the football. It just people have just went off the charts on this thing, and so I'm enjoying it. I know that, but I still say Texas is going to take it all.
All right. So we've got Texas fans, Alabama fans, Michigan fans. I don't know. We ain't got no Washington fans out there, do we? Haven't spoke to a one. It is 29 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The Biden administration is urging Israel to do more to avert civilian casualties as the country ramps up its military campaign in southern Gaza.
We do not want to see a military campaign in the south that looks like the north. We do not want to see the same level of mass displacement.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller said the U.S. is monitoring the military operation very closely. Fighting resumed this week in the Gaza Strip following the end of a week-long pause in fighting. Indonesia's Merapi volcano erupted on Sunday, resulting in the deaths of 11 climbers, with a dozen more missing. The eruption has blanketed nearby cars, roads, and villages in ash, prompting evacuations. Congress must soon decide whether to approve more funding for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
Without congressional action, the administration will run out of resources by the end of the year to procure more weapons and equipment for Ukraine.
Dave Collins, USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, it's all just a game. And Monday Night Football, it was just a game. But what a game. Now, looking at the breakdown, I did not get to see the game. But millions tuned in, as they typically do, to Monday Night Football. Bengals entering Week 13 as 10-point underdogs. And actually came away with their first Monday Night Football road win since 1990. Defeating the Jacksonville Jaguars in overtime, 34-31, in a game for the ages. They're describing it. Quarterback Jake Browning and wide receiver Jamar Chase made NFL history. Browning finished 32 of 37 passes for 354 yards and one score. Chase hauled in 11 of 12 targets for 149 yards and a touchdown. Shouldn't be much of a surprise the Bengals need a historical effort to win the game, as the duo of Browning and Chase looked every little bit like what it had done for the past 2 years with the Joe Burrow-Chase hookup. According to Jay Morrison, Browning is the first player in NFL history to complete 86% of his passes and throw for 354-plus yards within one of his first 2 NFL starts. As for Chase, he joined Bengals all-time great A.J. Green as the only player ever with 3 1,000-yard seasons to begin their NFL career in franchise history. Finally, per Eric Moody, Chase is the first player in NFL history to have 6 games of 10 catches, 100 yards, and receiving touchdown within his first 3 seasons. So that's for the people that like to watch the stats. I guess there's a few new numbers in the record books after Monday Night Football. Hello, Horse Feathers.
What do you say, Your Honor? I guess it's a good thing I don't care about sports because I'd be upset about something and probably have ulcers and headaches and everything else. Probably be lighter in the wallet, too, wouldn't I, if I cared about
If you was a gambling man.
Sports. Yeah, right? Yeah. I got enough other things that cause me problems, like having a loading arm break when I go to hook it up to the trailer, fall right on the ground. Full of propane. Nice thing to have happen. Anyways.
Lucky thing you weren't smoking on the propane loading rack.
Yeah, it could have caused a spark, that big steel pipe dropping on the concrete, right? Anyways, so here I try to be a nice guy and offer up a set of brass knuckles there to Sundance Kid there, and then he calls me a name. What's up with that? I'm just trying to be a nice, if he wants, I can show him how they work, and I'll have to poke him in the nose for calling me a name. So, I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
He come in from the outside looking at. I get he didn't realize you were actually trying to offer some assistance against that vicious big head.
Exactly. Thought I was being a nice guy, helping him out. All he had to do was just polish him up a little bit. But no. He wants to just jump to conclusions there. So I don't know. He's probably still hasn't. He's upset that I can't figure out his math. I can't keep up with his math, so I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, there. So I go to watch the AccuWeather Gods on the TV real quick because I got about 5 minutes to watch, and it's already 45 minutes past when they did it. So you got to back up the TV to get it. And so I back up a little bit too far, and I see the mayor of Baltimore on the TV there. And he's standing in front of a bunch of, I shouldn't say a bunch, there was 3 of them, new cars that they're going to have for the Baltimore City Police, and they appeared to be Mustangs, and they're toting how by 2030, every city-owned vehicle is going to be electric. He signed something there, I guess the city council made, and then he signed, and so they put into effect that every city-owned. How is this going to work with cop cars being electric, Your Honor?
Okay.
I mean, we already got enough problems with fire trucks and ambulances. They want to be electric. How are the cop cars going to be electric? Are they going to have 2 cop cars for every officer for his duty shift? Because we already know that with the internal combustion ones, they're never shut off. I mean, from the time the officer starts his shift, I'm sure Pappy, I don't know if Pappy can tell us this or not, but if you look at a patrol vehicle, anytime you see it, it's running. Whether it's, going up and down the highway, sitting doing radar, sitting on his computer in the parking lot. I didn't say anything about sitting at the donut shop, did I? No, I wouldn't say that. Anyways, but and the other thing is then you got like Steven there. Now he's got a partner, that 4-legged partner, and that guy can't sit in a vehicle without air conditioning operating. And so there's going to be a constant draw on that battery. Do you think the battery operated K9 units are going to be able to go 10, 12 hours? And what are they going to do when they're in one of them high-speed hot pursuits there, chasing down the bad guys? All of a sudden, the battery says, we're dead. We're dying. We're dead. Pull over. Stop. No more battery. That ought to be impressive there when they're chasing the bad guys. But anyways, and then the news there, they picked up and said that the governor, who we ended up with here, is this guy by the name of Wes Moore. I guess he signed something that said that all the state vehicles have to be electric. I think it was either 2030 or 2035.
Really?
So I guess in 10 years, Your Honor, 10, 12 years, the all of Maryland's going to have electric vehicles now because, I mean, unless they find somebody to change the written law, that the government has to abide by it, right? They can't purchase. You can't make a purchase order of an internal combustion engine if you're, if the person up above you, doing the purchasing of it won't approve it, right? So I don't know. I don't know where we're headed with this. I guess we'll see, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see because they still haven't perfected the fire trucks yet. They got a few of them out there. Pierce Manufacturing, they have a couple of them out there, and they're trying them. And I don't know. We'll see where all this goes, but it's not looking good. So
maybe.
So anyway, speaking of not looking.
Did Baltimore maybe time this to coincide with the big global climate conference that's going on right now, the COP28?
No, they wouldn't have done that, would they?
Oh, okay.
Jeez. Yeah, good possibility there. So, but anyways, hey, speaking of other bad news, if you remember there a couple weeks ago, I called in there, I don't know, I guess it was just after Thanksgiving, and said that up there in Delaware, because I just come through there, that their sign said they had like 117 highway deaths before Thanksgiving, and then it was up to like 121 after Thanksgiving or something like that. I can't remember the exact number now. But I just come through Delaware this evening, and they're up to 130. 130. They're up to 130 highway deaths now. They're starting to rack them up through the holidays. So I'm sure with the Christmas season coming and New Year's Eve, I bet you they'll be pushing into the 140s, maybe even 150. I don't know what their record is for highway deaths, but we'll see where that ends up. But their numbers keep going up. So, but other than that, you were right on compared to what the AccuWeather guys said there. For what I saw at the 6 o'clock news there, they said it's supposed to be colder for a little bit and then get warmer for the weekend, and then we got
rain.
What is it? Wednesday they said there's just going to be a chance of sprinkles in the eastern Maryland. Out in the western Maryland, there could be some snow flurries and some better chance of rain, and then Sunday, as you said, Sunday is supposed to be the rainy day. So we'll see how all that works out. But I'm not sure. They weren't. It's too far off in the future to tell whether we're going to have a lot or whether it's going to come east or west or straight up the middle or how it was all going to get there. But anyways, that's about all we got going for you, and still trying to kick this cold. So I don't know.
Yep.
Hoping Rambler would have a little bit to do with helping me get through this sickness there. Maybe Rambler could say something to somebody, maybe helping get through the sickness a little better. But anyways, that's up to him and his higher up muckety mucks that he talks to. So, anyways, other than that, that's about what we got going for you, Your Honor. So I guess without Scarecrow out there, I guess you're going to have to really work hard to do your due diligence here for the rest of the night.
Yeah. Somebody got to fill in the gaps, right? Well, speaking of the COP28, I mentioned last Friday morning, go back and listen to the archive, the podcast. Said we're going to send a delegation over there, and we're going to jump on the bandwagon with all this shut down America in the name of saving the planet. And here we go. The Biden administration issued a new rule Saturday that it claims will both fight climate change and improve the U.S. economy, despite arguments, some from within Biden's own party, that this rule will not do either. This rule targets methane emissions from U.S. oil and natural gas producers, which the Environmental Protection Agency claimed in a statement is responsible for approximately 1/3 of the warming from greenhouse gases occurring today. EPA's final rule leverages the latest quote, cost-effective, innovative technologies and proven solutions to prevent an estimated 58 million tons of methane emissions from 2024 to 2038. The equivalent of 1.5 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide, nearly as much as all the carbon dioxide emitted by the power sector in 2021, they claim. In addition to methane, the rule also looks to reduce pollution from toxic byproducts of fossil fuel production and volatile organic compounds that can contribute to smog and worsen breathing ailments like asthma among the American people. The statement claims that low-income communities and communities with large numbers of people of color were affected more than others by climate change, and therefore this rule would disproportionately benefit them. You can't make this stuff up. The rule looks to reduce or eliminate natural gas flaring in new oil wells, put more stringent standards in place for some equipment used in the industry, and add comprehensive monitoring requirements to those already mandated for oil and gas companies. On one day, President Biden restored America's critical role as the global leader in confronting climate change. And today we've backed up that commitment with strong action, significantly slashing methane emissions and other pollutants that endanger our communities. Under President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris's leadership, the United States is turbocharging the speed and the scale of climate change, both at home and abroad, including our collective efforts to tackle super pollutants like methane. Well, obviously not everyone agrees with this. Joe Manchin is one. The West Virginia Democrat sent a letter to Reagan in October arguing that this administration is moving way too quick under Biden to make changes to the oil and gas industry without understanding the impact. They've made their intentions clear. They're determined to target our oil and gas sector despite the substantial progress in reducing methane emissions, irrespective of how it might impact American energy security, reliability, or consumer cost. This has put pressure on the EPA to hastily finalize and implement these extensive new regulations, leading to proposals that lack thorough consideration and alignment. On and on it goes. What was interesting is when they kicked off this COP28 summit, the actual president of the summit, and I'm not sure how they select, they've got a delegation, and I don't know if it's based on the country where this summit is going to be taking place, determining who the president on any given year might be. But the conference is taking place in Dubai this year. And for whatever reason, the emirate president of the climate conference in Dubai has declared there is, quote, no science behind these alarmist demands to end fossil fuel, adding that any phase-out of coal, oil, and gas is going to put this world in societal decay and put us back into caves. He made those comments in response to questions from Mary Robinson, the former Ireland president and former UN Special Envoy for Climate Change, during an event last month, as well as running the COP28 in Dubai. For his part, Al-Jaber is also the CEO of United Arab Emirates oil giant, ADNOC. The Guardian reporting Al-Jaber spoke with Robinson as, I guess they were attending the She Changes Climate event. She, whatever. Robinson says we're in an absolute crisis that's hurting women and children more than anyone, and it's because we haven't committed to phasing out fossil fuel. That's the one decision that COP28 can take And in many ways, because you're head of ADNOC, you could actually take it with more credibility. Well, Jabbar, who is trained as an engineer and economist, said in reply, well, I accept the invitation to come to the meeting. We can have sober, mature conversations. He then looked at Robinson, his inquisitor, declaring, I'm not in any way signing up to any discussion that this alarmist, there is no science out there, no scenario out there that says phasing out of fossil fuel is going to achieve a 1.5 degrees Celsius. Robinson tried to challenge him there, saying, I read that your company is investing in a lot more fossil fuel in the future. To which he responded, you're reading your own media, which is biased and wrong. I'm telling you, I'm the man in charge. He then dismissed the constant finger-pointing and shaming of oil producers and users, saying, please help me. Show me the roadmap for a phase-out of fossil fuel that will allow for sustainable socioeconomic development, unless you want to take the world back into the caves. I don't think you'll be able to help solve the climate problem by pointing fingers or contributing to the polarization and the divide that's already happening around the world. Show me the solution. Stop pointing fingers. Stop it. Now, the fact that he's president of the COP28 summit has been kind of controversial since it was first announced. Yeah, last week it was forced to deny reports that he was going to use that leadership at this conference to pursue fossil fuel deals for his country. To which he said, these allegations are false, not true, incorrect, not accurate. It's an attempt to undermine the work of the COP28 president. Let me ask you a question. Do you think the United Arab Emirates or myself would need the COP or the COP presidency to go establish business deals or commercial relationships? Come on, be realistic. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, what do you say? Get back to the phones here, see what's happening with Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Well, I'm going to prove once and for all I am a far more intelligent caller than horse feathers. Now, think about this, Steve. He was complaining about the city of Baltimore and the state of Maryland going to all-electric vehicles, talking about police pursuits. Now, doesn't he realize that the way things are run in Maryland, Baltimore especially for the most part, is pretty liberal? they're going to do away with pursuits. They already aren't arresting people for committing crimes, you know. As liberal as that state is, for the most part. Now, Western Maryland, you stay out of Cumberland, is pretty conservative. The Eastern Shore is fairly conservative. But does he really expect Baltimore City to pursue anybody?
Valid point. Right, that's good question. Just let him run. Let him go.
Yeah, exactly. I seen the video on that guy trying to run from the cops with that mobile home on Patrol Live. I think it was a Saturday night show. Maybe in the replay, I don't know, but I seen it over the weekend. Steve, DA of the Week award, I think this guy needs DA of the month at least. You know what his excuse was to why he didn't stop? Did you hear it?
I have not heard. Why?
He was pulling this 40,000-pound motorhome with a half-ton pickup, and he didn't have any brakes.
Okay.
Now, yeah, this is about as dumb as the people that tried to steal the 30,000-pound coil off a flatbed. I'm trying to figure out how they got it up out of the racks and rolled it out the back of the truck, and it landed into a dually pickup bed. Yeah, needless to say, they had to dig the axles out
that didn't end well for the dually, right? Yeah. Hey, we'll pause there for news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The Biden administration is urging Israel to do more to avert civilian casualties as the country ramps up its military campaign in southern Gaza.
We do not want to see a military campaign in the south that looks like the north. We do not want to see the same level of mass displacement.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller said the U.S. is monitoring the military operation very closely. Fighting resumed this week in the Gaza Strip following the end of a week-long pause in fighting. Indonesia's Merapi volcano erupted on Sunday, sending volcanic ash thousands of feet into the air, resulting in the deaths of 11 climbers, with a dozen more missing. The eruption has blanketed nearby cars, roads, and villages in ash, prompting evacuations. As one of Indonesia's most active volcanoes and part of the Pacific Ring of Fire, authorities have raised the second highest alert, restricting activities within 2 miles of the crater. Congress must soon decide whether to approve more funding for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
Without congressional action, the administration will run out of resources by the end of the year to procure more weapons and equipment for Ukraine.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said lawmakers must decide whether to support the fight for freedom or let Russian President Vladimir Putin prevail. Climate scientists express outrage as Sultan Al-Jaber, president of the COP28 Climate Summit, claims there is no science supporting the necessity of phasing out fossil fuels to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Scientific consensus indicates that a rapid reduction in fossil fuel usage is crucial to stay below the 1.5 degree threshold, beyond which adaptation for humans and ecosystems become more challenging. Al-Jaber's controversial presidency is notable as he is the UAE's climate envoy. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to OmahaSteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to OmahaSteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer convicted in the murder of George Floyd, has returned to prison custody after being stabbed 22 times by a fellow inmate at the Federal Correctional Institution in Tucson, Arizona. The alleged assailant, 52-year-old John Turskak, faces charges including attempted murder, assault with intent to commit murder, and assault with a dangerous weapon. In Idaho, 10-month-old Zeke Best was found dead on Saturday, a day after an Amber Alert was issued for him. The father, Jeremy Albert Best, was taken into custody on an arrest warrant related to the death of his wife, Kaylee Jean Randall. Zeke's body was discovered about 24 miles east of Idaho Falls after a hunter reported a man in a sleeping bag on the side of the road. The investigation's ongoing. Authorities, including the Idaho State Police and FBI, were processing the scene. Florida lawmakers are not happy with undefeated ACC champion Florida State University being left out of the college football playoff. Former FSU football player turned Republican state senator Corey Simon turned to X to call college football corrupt and lawsuits should be filed. State House Democrat leader Fentress Driscoll agrees.
I support Florida State using any sort of legal method that it has to get the recourse that it needs.
She says that keeping the undefeated Power 5 conference winner out of the college football playoff is an insult to all Floridians. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
go. Final hour. One more time. And we kick things off this round with a look at some of our industry headlines. A logistics company that contracts with the U.S. Postal Service will be laying off 122 workers in closed facilities in Colorado and Oregon, according to the documents recently filed. Trucking and mail handling service provider Matheson Flight Extenders filed notice of planned layoffs, mass layoffs, with the Colorado Department of Labor on December 1st. A company said they will lay off 60 workers as of January 31st. Most of those workers will be laid off are materials handlers, and they're expected to be permanent. The company also plans to shutter their Denver facility permanently. They also announced they'll lay off 62 workers and shutter a site in Portland, Oregon. Workers also will be laid off January 31st. Now, back in August of this year, Matheson announced the layoffs of about 1,000 workers in Massachusetts, Georgia, and Maryland. November of this year, the company announced the closure of 2 California facilities. That was another 450 layoffs. They had filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy last year after losing Postal Service contracts. Matheson is a mail handling, transportation, and logistics company which contracts with the U.S. Postal Service to process mail at various facilities around the country, according to the Colorado Warn filing. Founded in 1962, based in Sacramento, California. Next, the popular convenience store chain Sheetz opens a new store, adding 25 truck parking spaces in the state of Virginia. The new location off I-295, trucker amenities, 25 free truck parking spaces, 5 diesel fueling lanes, and diesel exhaust fluid dispensers. Now back to Gilligan, where we leave off there at the top of the hour. Welcome back, Gilligan.
Yeah, thanks for having me back, Steve. By the way, where was that Sheetz on 295? There's 2 295s, if I'm not mistaken, in Virginia. There's one in, no, wait a minute, I think that is 195. But just out of curiosity.
I don't know how to pronounce it. Disputanta?
Disputante.
Disputante. Okay.
I know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the one down there in Richmond area. Okay. All right. Now, we got to get to some business here since everybody's been talking college football. Of course, neither one of my teams has had any chance at the national championship. But I tell you what, this is just more proof this year that we've got to expand the playoffs, which they're starting next year.
Right.
I mean, definitely there is a Florida State should have a shot, in my opinion, and so should Georgia. Georgia got beat by one of the top teams by only 3 points. I could see why they would say they belong in there. And I could see why they'd say Washington, they should take Washington's place in there. But then again, I could see where Washington said they belong there because they're undefeated. This is definitely what we need. But look at it this way, folks. How many years was it number 1 and number 2 played for the national championship? That was it. There was no 4 teams. There was only 2. It's been college football playoffs has been screwed up for as long as I've been alive. Now, I guess I got to get a dog in the fight, and I'm going to side with Captain Ron. Go Blue. Yep, I'm going to be rooting for Michigan, especially after that guy down there in Alabama. I know he's a man of God, and I know he really believes it has the faith of a mustard seed. But I heard him on the radio there just for me saying he drives from behind the driver's seat. What does he do? He set the cruise control, get in the bunk, and make a sandwich, or what? I mean, That's some faith right there, I'm telling you. Personally, I sat in the seat, hold the steering wheel, and use my feet to use the pedals. And I tell you what, that man is a true man of God. If he has that much faith, that truck can drive itself while he makes himself a sandwich. All right, I got to address my soon-to-be former marketing manager, Brain Dead. Boy, does he ever have things screwed up. Yes, we're going to live stream, but what we're live streaming is the campaign for the Inbred Redneck. $49.95 a month. You can watch the whole campaign of the Inbred Redneck. No, we're not going to follow him into the shower and stuff like that. But he will be on camera during his entire campaign. But don't worry, folks. The $49.95, $19.95 of it actually goes into the campaign. So yes, that's right, folks. We got to have them administrative costs. Yeah, $30 worth of administrative costs. It's amazing what it costs to run this campaign.
Oh, I bet it does. Yeah.
Also, I tell you what, how did you like that crystal clear call last night from the Inbred Redneck? All of his electronics are supplied by GMA&B Enterprises.
Sounds like some
phone
quality merchandise, quality products.
High quality, Steve, high quality. Yes. By the way, I'm in the process of starting to decorate the skyscraper for Christmas. I'll tell you what, you're going to get a lovely view of what the skyscraper is going to look like this year. We even got air reconnaissance set up. Boy, I hope to get it done this weekend. I'll send you a picture. Well, that's about all I got, and I'll catch you later, and I thank you for taking my call. I hope everybody has a safe night.
That's all we can handle. Thank you much. Good to hear from you, Gilly. Glad you're feeling better. Yes, well, he was out for a couple of weeks there. Shingles. Good times. Is 844-3388. See what's going on with Pappy this Tuesday. What's going on, Pappy?
Yeah, Steve, I want to know if I get a bumper sticker if I donate. He didn't say anything about a bumper sticker. We should at least get a bumper
Inbred
sticker.
Redneck bumper sticker.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, for $30 administrative cost, yeah, that's the least they could do.
You would think. Yes, sir. I got the TV on with the sound down, and they're talking about the extreme weather moving in over on the West Coast. I like their terminology, Steve. Extreme.
It's rain.
Hey, man.
It's rain and mountain snow.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. I got to fall in line with the climate masters, right?
Yes, sir.
Steve, I'm telling you. Listen, anybody that falls in line with this stuff, right? Those are the ones trying to take over the world. Your one world order. I'm telling you, man. What you got to do is listen to them. Hey, did you get that email I sent you?
Yes, I did, indeed.
Yeah, so there was this New Zealand government official who became a whistleblower. I guess they downloaded all these database stuff in reference to the vaccine. And I guess he blew the whistle on what this vaccine is doing to people. Claiming death rates are up at least 17%, higher in some other places. At the low end, at least 10 million people have died as a result from that vaccine.
So, and then the headline says that his home is then raided and he's arrested by police, and they want him, what?
Yes, sir.
Imprisoned forever?
They want to shut him up, Steve. Listen, he didn't release any classified information. He didn't put any names to any of these deaths, these numbers. He put out like a 30-minute video a few days ago. I watched the whole thing where he just laid it out. And, so they turned around and SWAT raided his home this morning. There was a United States military official. I don't know what branch. I think he was in the Navy. Doctor, who also came out and said that as a result of these vaccines, the fighter pilots are coming down with lung issues, and he's saying it's a direct result of these vaccines. Showed a graph backing up his claims, and they kind of relieved him of his duties.
Surprise, surprise.
You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to have an opinion. So, yeah, that's what I was kind of checking out most of the day. What is it? Prince Charles now? Is he back over there in England? Is he the main head guy again? What's going on with him? He's been up over there running his mouth about this climate change too.
I don't pay much attention to the royal family, but yeah, I guess he's the one in charge now. The king.
Yeah. Bow to the king, Steve. Oh, man. What else is going on, man? Besides chasing campers with F-150s?
It's actually a damn mobile home he was pulling. Not like it's like an actual, a big full-size mobile home. I mean, obviously, what Gilligan's saying is, I would think, yes, the brakes on a pickup truck are not designed to stop that kind of weight that he was hauling.
Yeah, not if he's in a Chevy 150 or an F-150 or Chevy 1500. Right. Come on, man. World's full of idiots. Man, that's weird to hear that story again about the truck driver just up and disappearing. Wonder what's up with that.
No sign of him.
Could be a number of things. You hate to speculate, but just weird, man. Hope they find him.
And when you leave your wallet and your phone and your, I guess, the keys were in the truck, but it wasn't running. It was turned off. But then to find his jacket in the culvert or the ditch that's right. Really weird.
And the trailer was still attached. It ain't like they stole the daggone thing.
Right. And it was a load of piggies. Baby pigs. Pigs were still there.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I don't know. Hey, man, prayers out to all the truck drivers out there, man. Stay safe, guys. I think if things really start to take a turn for the worse with the supply line and stuff, man, listen, you guys need to keep your head on a swivel. I think there might be some bandits out there running around trying to steal your truck and the goodies you got in it.
Oh, yeah. And this is the time of year that a lot of that goes on.
Yeah, man. The best advice I can give them is don't stop. Do not stop that truck. They try to block you in, just, take care of yourself, man. All right, man. That's about all I got. It's a little nippy out there now. Got the wood burner going in here.
34 out the bunker. That's what I'm seeing. Seeing as he brought up the whole vaccine thing, well, here on this side of the pond, a groundbreaking development, 3 lawsuits with the potential for a class action suit are being filed on behalf of former U.S. service members. Represented by attorneys Dale Saran, Andy Meyer, and Brandon Johnson, alleged they were unjustly discharged or prevented from drilling, causing significant financial loss as a result of the Biden administration's vaccine mandate policies. The lawsuits, which are currently in the U.S. Court of Federal Claims, could invoke back pay claims totaling billions of dollars. Saran, a retired Marine, emphasized the massive scale of the compensation, saying it is worth billions. That's just flat out. That's what it is in back pay, billions of dollars. This statement underscores the potential magnitude of the lawsuit's financial implications for the Department of Defense. The court, with its roots in the Reconstruction era, is known for handling cases of illegal discharge and pay-related grievances in the military. Saran explained its unique role, saying the Court of Claims is where service members can go when they have a claim and say, hey, I was illegally discharged or the military did something to impede my pay. The lawsuits allege that 80 to 100,000 service members, including both active duty personnel and reservists, were impacted by the Biden administration actions. He detailed the lack of due process in the cases, noting they were basically without the benefit of any due process. No boards were held. They did not hold any administrative separation boards. They did not hold any hearings. They didn't do any federal recognition boards. None of the administrative or judicial procedures were used. They just flat out did it. One notable case involves former Coast Guard member Zach Loesch, who was commended by Joe Biden for his heroics during Hurricane Ian, but then faced discharge for not complying with the vaccine mandate. The claims also involved the repayment of enlistment bonuses, adding to the financial stakes. Not only did they throw him out unceremoniously, wrongfully, now they're without a job instantly, no separation pay, none of that, and instead they're standing out in the cold. And worse yet, here comes the government, here comes the debt collectors. Now you owe us money. Saran drew parallels between the current situation with the service members who were negatively impacted by the COVID vaccine, the mandated policies, and his past experience in defending service members who refused the anthrax vaccine in the late 1990s. I did some work with the lawsuit, Doe versus Rumsfeld, that shut down the anthrax vaccine, he said, and so here we are. Second go-around, again, 15 years later, right back in the mess. The mass vaccination of unlicensed vaccines like the government didn't learn last time. According to Saran, those interested in more information about the current lawsuits can learn more at militarybackpay.com. The ongoing legal battle with cases like Bassan versus USA, Botello versus USA, and Harkins versus USA marks a significant moment in military legal history, raising questions about due process, financial responsibility, and the broader implications for the rights of U.S. service members. But talking to the tune of billions of dollars. See, Eagle, what you got on your mind? Round number 2. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Steve, I wanted to comment on some of the things some of your callers called in previously. First of all, I want to say about the truck drivers. You were talking about that was turned up missing. You say it was in Iowa, pigs in the truck. Yeah, it looked like some foul play definitely took place. It looked like something foul play. They left the animals in the trailer, so obviously they didn't want them. And you said the keys were still in the truck, so it's obvious that he got out of the truck in a hurry, or somebody yanked him out of the truck, because he probably would have took the keys with him. So, yeah, like I said, he could be anywhere. Iowa is a big, there's a lot of, fields and uncharted territory. I've been to Iowa a lot of times. And so, yeah, it's going to be hard to find him. But unfortunately, it sounds like he's probably no longer with us, more than likely. It's probably not going to have a happy ending, if it has an ending at all. Yeah, but like Pappy just said, Steve, it's dangerous nowadays. That's why I always make sure I park at a truck stop at night. I don't park at warehouses and on the side of the street somewhere. Anybody could pull up to your truck at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning and try to hijack you. So yeah, it's for drivers out there, your best bet is to park at a truck stop. You stand a lesser chance of having some type of theft or somebody trying to rob you. If you can get to a truck stop, that's your best bet. Or sleep at a customer if they got security, a security guard or something. He'll keep an eye on the truck. If you can do something like that. But I see these guys nowadays, Steve. I drive down the freeway and I'll see a truck parked in a abandoned warehouse off on the side of the road. Only truck over there by itself. Anybody could pull up to that guy's truck at 2 o'clock in the morning and with a gun and then hijack him. So I don't understand why guys park at truck stops like that. But, we got a joke in the trucking industry, Steve. I don't do it, because I don't want to have no problem with the DOT, which is the trucking regulations. Some of these states like Kentucky and Tennessee, Virginia, you can park inside of the weigh station where they inspect the trucks at. I've never parked there. I don't believe in parking in those because it's easy for those guys to knock on your door in the morning and decide to tell you to pull into that inspection bay so they can do an inspection on your truck. So I don't park in weigh scales. But I see a lot of truck drivers doing that now, parking in these scales.
I know there are. I know some. I believe Iowa is one of those states where they say that if you need to get some rest and they've got open spaces, that they promise that they will not inspect you. But I don't know if that's the case everywhere. But hey, if you got a bit more for us, hang in there because we got to get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The Biden administration is urging Israel to do more to avert civilian casualties as the country ramps up its military campaign in southern Gaza.
We do not want to see a military campaign in the south that looks like the north. We do not want to see the same level of mass displacement.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller said the U.S. is monitoring the military operation very closely. Fighting resumed this week in the Gaza Strip following the end of a week-long pause in fighting. Indonesia's Merapi volcano erupted on Sunday, resulting in the deaths of 11 climbers with a dozen more missing. The eruption has blanketed nearby cars, roads, and villages in ash, prompting evacuations. Congress must soon decide whether to approve more funding for Ukraine in its war with Russia.
Without congressional action, the administration will run out of resources by the end of the year to procure more weapons and equipment for Ukraine.
Dave Collins, USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And back at it here, around in third, headed for home. Yeah, good morning there, Rick in Columbus. And hello to Truck and Phil. Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up, morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation. What do you got? 39 Fort Wayne, 37 Sterling Heights today. Only 20 days till Christmas. Semper Fi. Well, meanwhile, before I get back to Eagle, let me share this with you. I'll get his 2 cents on this, because he says ain't nothing going to happen. Ain't a damn thing going to be done. But yeah, the case, the Hunter Biden, Joe Biden case, the plot continues to thicken. House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer yesterday, Monday, said it doesn't matter how the Biden family and the media want to spin the reason behind the monthly $1,380 that Hunter paid Joe in 2018. What matters is where the $4,140 in all came from. Hunter paid back his dad, who's now the president, from the account of a shell company called Owasco PC, money from China that was derived from an influence peddling scheme. Comer showed earlier this past day the fact that it was called a loan for a truck is the bright, shiny object used to distract the Biden family apologist and the feeble-minded media. Look, if he wanted to spend his money or if he wanted to send this money to his son for a truck, then send the money for a truck. But he got paid back from China. So it doesn't matter whether all this money we're showing that's going into Joe Biden's back pocket was a loan or not, which it wasn't. He got paid back for the influence peddling scheme. Now, Comer released subpoenaed bank records this past day showing the 3 monthly installments, $1,380 from September to November of 2018. Those payments did not come from Hunter Biden's personal account. They came from the Owasco PC account, which is subject of a Department of Justice investigation into Hunter's tax evasion and other crimes. We've now proven $250,000 that Joe received directly from the family's influence peddling scheme. You can loan people money, but because Joe was paid back and we traced the cash, it came directly from the influence peddling schemes. So this is what the media dared us for months and months and months. They said, where's the proof? You don't have any proof. You have to prove where Joe directly benefited from this family's influence peddling. Well, here it is. Hunter's legal counsel released a statement Monday saying Joe Biden helped Hunter Biden when he was struggling financially, and Hunter paid him back when he was able to. Comer said that's not the point. Joe wanted to help his son out. His son was in a financial pickle, even though that particular month, Hunter received about $400,000 in wires from all over the world. But just for the story's sake, he needed help. So he helped his son? Well, then he got paid back from China. When my son needs help, or my daughter's who's in college, I just give her money. Nobody ever pays me back. But in each instance, he got paid back from the influence peddling scheme. After Comer makes those comments, former New Jersey Superior Court Judge Andrew Napolitano said, Joe and Hunter, they may be in hot water here. Hunter's father is in a lot of hot water if the Republicans decide to pursue this. And he may be in hot water if the IRS decides to pursue this. The issue, what was Joe paid for? Was he paid for some official favor that he performed as vice president? That's called bribery, folks. Now, it's too late to prosecute him for that. It's not too late for impeachment proceedings to begin, though. Did he report this to the IRS? Did he report that income? We don't know that. That will be Congressman Comer's next step, he says. What do you think, Eagle? Anything going to happen?
Yeah, we already been over this, Steve. I told you a couple of weeks ago, I'm not getting upset over this Joe Biden deal anymore, because it looks like nothing is going to happen. Unfortunately, the DOJ they're not interested in doing anything with Joe Biden. If they was, they'd already done it, Steve. They had more than enough evidence. So it's really a damn shame, what they've, we're slowly but surely turning into a third world country. This is the way they behave in those type of countries, Steve. Colombia, Venezuela, and, country with no rules. And it looks like the United States is going down that dangerous road, unfortunately. So, like I say, I'm not going to get my head and get all mad, hot-headed about it no more because, unfortunately. But I will, you already know what I always say, Steve. You could better believe if Donald Trump was the president and he had the same things going on, you best believe they would be prosecuting him and throwing the book at Donald Trump. And they are like they're doing right now. So we both know that. Now, I want to talk about something with college football right quick, Steve, that I forgot it's happening today. And I think college football is going down a very dangerous route now with this transfer portal. You got guys right now, Steve, this is getting out of hand now. Be transferring simply for money. You got Ohio State, a star quarterback that won 10 games, 11 games for Ohio State. He's transferring. Why is he transferring
from Ohio State.
I saw that
when
this
have you
past
ever heard
morning.
of a, when have you ever heard of a
First year. I mean, first year as the starting quarterback, and he had a pretty darn good year, but I don't know what the rationale is.
That's what I'm saying. I've never heard of star quarterbacks transferring to another team. And then you have Oklahoma, their quarterback is doing the same thing. He's transferring star quarterback. Why are starting quarterbacks transferring to other teams? It is simply for money. The Nebraska head coach, he said a couple of days ago that it's going to cost about $2 million to get a good starting quarterback to come to your school. Now, like I told you, Steve, I have no problem with college people making money, but this money, the type of money they want to pay now is ridiculous. You know, when they were talking about money, you know, they were talking about, you know, extra spending money, you know, to go out on a date or, you know, buy food or a car. But they've gone way and above. You know, you look at Deion Sanders' son. This guy's walking around Colorado with a Rolex watch on, driving a Rolls Royce car. That's way out of hand. And I think college football needs to do something about it because you got guys that simply playing for money and they moving from school to school. And like I say, I love, you know, that you look at Ryan Day. You know, he's already catching hell for losing to Michigan 3 years in a row. Now, what is he going to do now that he just lost his star quarterback? Now he's got to go looking high and low to find somebody to replace this guy before the season starts next year. So it's not fair to the coaches either for him to lose a starting quarterback simply for money. And I think the NCAA needs to step in and stop the amount of money they paying these players. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, it was kind of, I don't know, was it a shocker? Kyle McCord's first season as Ohio State starting quarterback will be his last. The report came out early Monday. He entered the transfer portal Monday, just hours after the opening of the portal. Ohio State confirmed that. Posted a statement on social media Monday morning, which she said he has decided to enter the transfer portal to explore other opportunities. Now, he started all 12 of Ohio State's regular season games at quarterback, but Ryan Day declined to commit. Ryan Day declined to commit to McCord as Ohio State's starting quarterback moving forward, apparently during his press conference Sunday. So maybe McCord felt like he saw the handwriting on the wall that he wasn't going to be starting. Anyway, now the wheels are in motion for Ohio State to have a new quarterback next year. Whether it's Devin Brown, incoming freshman Air Noland, or an incoming quarterback from the portal, while McCord performed well enough for Ohio State to win its first 11 games, he did not perform at the same level as his predecessors, the likes of C.J. Stroud, Justin Fields, Dwayne Haskins, who were all Heisman Trophy finalists in their first year as Ohio State starting quarterback. And the 2 interceptions he threw against Michigan played a big part in Ohio State suffering their 3rd straight loss in that game, keeping them out of the Big Ten championship and the playoff. As a result, Day said on Sunday, I guess at the press conference, Ohio State would evaluate its options at quarterback going forward. That's probably the key right there. McCord felt as though they're going to opt for someone else. And he may be like second string, second in line, so he wants to be top dog, I guess. Who we got on board? Not seeing a name on the screen there.
Well, I told it, Knuckle Buster.
Well, hello, Knuckle Buster.
We can just call it Baloney Slinger this time, right? All right, well, anyway, NIL, isn't that what they call it now?
What do you mean, the portal thing, or?
Yeah, no, the NIL, I mean, the name, likeness, and all that stuff. Name, image, likeness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they can, they're all about that money there. I didn't know you had so many fortune-telling truck drivers calling into your show, see? Can predict the outcome of a game before it ever even started there, right? And it's not going to matter whether Texas or Texas or Alabama win that national championship, because that trophy is coming to the SEC, and I want to welcome Big Ed and Texas to the SEC after the end of this season there. So I don't know. Steve, you got $10 million laying around?
I can't say that I do at the moment. No, I don't.
Nah, I don't either. Well, a Babe Ruth card from 1914 when he was in the minor leagues. He was playing for the Baltimore Orioles when they were a member of the International League. It sold today for $7.2 million. But they expected it to draw $10 million. It fell well short. So, I don't know. Times are getting tight on people, right?
Wow.
Yep, so, but anyway, may the best team win. When's the winter solstice? December 21st, December 22nd?
Oh, yeah, somewhere in there, close enough, right?
Hell yeah, absolutely. Y'all better get some stability in your gas or your generator. And winter's coming, and December 29th's coming too, Steve. So all the truck drivers better get ready for that one. So I'm just really going to love that number, right? All right, have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers. It's been a pleasure talking to you, brother. Have a great, blessed day.
You do the same, Knucklebuster. Winter solstice, Thursday, December 21st, 10:27 p.m. Then it's winter. That's actually the shortest day, longest night of the year, December 21. And you know what comes after that? First, a quick time out. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, looks like 5 7's up and at him. He chimed in at some point, maybe an hour ago. I know you got the wife home from the hospital yesterday. And I said, what did he say? Big Ed said prayers for the wife, greatly appreciated. Doctor said got her in just in time. I guess hopefully you're going back to a couple of nights ago when her oxygen levels were so low, right? Hope she's doing better now. Have to wait. Obviously, when he's at the home 20, he ain't got no cell coverage down there in the swamps of South Carolina. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, does have a connection. Morning, Steve. Don't know the temperature in this undisclosed location, but I'm making a last-second appearance on the overnight drive this morning. Special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from an undisclosed location. Is that like the top secret undisclosed location? Mike said, hello, how you been? Kentucky Ken, good morning to the overnight drive crew. Mr. Summers, time to prep and roll to Davenport from the rest area on 74 in Oakdale, Illinois. Little light rain. It's a cool morning, but Kentucky Ken listening in. All right, it is 8 before the hour. Daryl checking in here. Morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. I wanted to give Rambler a little football history. He enjoys Alabama. I lived in Kingsland, Arkansas for a couple of years while I was going to college at Ouachita, and met a family by the name of Bryant. And they had a son that went over and coached the Fordyce Redbugs. We called them Chiggers, but they called them Redbugs in that part of the country, and his name was Bear Bryant. And he coached that little team, little high school team, and went on to coach Alabama for a long time. And Kingsland was also where Johnny Cash was born, and his grandparents, the Rivers, lived there, and I met them several times while living in Kingsland. I'll let you go. I just wanted to give Rambler that little bit of history.
That's, we all recognize that name, Bryant. So, all right, very good, Daryl.
All right, see ya.
Have a great morning, and as always, thanks for being a part of the show, right? Let's see. Robin chimed in. I mentioned earlier, I couldn't remember if Georgia was ranked number one all season long. Robin said Georgia was actually ranked number one for 29 weeks before they got beat this past weekend. 29. Of course, they had back-to-back championships, and they were a game away from being into the playoffs for a three-peat. So 29 weeks. Thank you for clarifying there, Robin. Let's see. A top consumer watchdog is preparing to make it much more difficult for banks to charge their clients overdraft fees. Now, isn't that like their bread and butter? Overdraft fees and, of course, ATM charges. When you're paying $4 every time you get $20 out of the bank. This is going to set up a clash with the financial firms over billions of dollars in annual revenue. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau officials have privately told industry executives that the regulator is going to likely unveil the long-awaited plan to crack down here this month, sometime before the end of the year. According to those familiar with the discussions, the CFPB have been crafting the regulation for months, they tell us. Most of the details are secret, but Washington's been clamping down on overdraft charges, which the Biden administration calls junk fees. The CFPB, which declined to comment on the timing of their plans, has said banks got nearly $8.5 billion in 2021 from insufficient fund and certain low balance fees. Wells Fargo reached a $3.7 billion settlement with federal regulators in December to settle allegations that they illegally charged surprise overdraft fees, among other claims. Regions Financial Corporation agreed to pay $191 million to settle a similar case in September of last year. And the CFPB called that bank a repeat offender. Neither bank admitted or denied the allegations of the regulators, though. Some large banks, including Capital One Financial, Citigroup, have stopped overdraft fees that can be as high as $35 per charge. Yet many smaller banks and credit unions rely on those for their revenue. And ahead of the plan's release, some advocates are actually bracing for a fight here. Now, the plan is, they say, they will likely roll out an overdraft fee proposal soon. And anything the CFPB does around fees is bad. Really, really bad. No good, rotten, terrible bad, according to the senior vice president of government affairs at the National Association of Federally Insured Credit Unions. So not bad, really, really bad. The plans are still in flux, according to those who discussed it anonymously. One possibility under consideration would be to include asset thresholds in the rule to let some of the small banks and credit unions avoid the effects of the regulations. So that'll be coming down the pike. I don't know. We'll learn more in the coming days, but they said by the end of the year. And with that, we'll close out our Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. Safe travels and have a great day. Hopefully you can come back, join us at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. We'll do it all over again.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,